Teams arriving to training camp. The Bills reporting today and will be on the practice field tomorrow. Around the NFL, Chris Godwin will not be on the field to start Buccaneers training camp. He's coming back from a dislocated ankle. Titans backup quarterback Will Levis is out for the season. He's having right shoulder surgery. Nyheim Hines signs with the LA Chargers. Hines has not played football since his jet ski accident while he was with the Bills during the 2023 offseason, so he's back in the NFL. Some holdouts that are still going around the NFL. James Cook seems like he is not one of the more dramatic ones on this front. Commanders reporter Henry McKenna reports that the Commanders have not engaged in contract talks with wide receiver Terry McLaurin in weeks, and that McLaurin is currently deciding between a holdout, a hold-in, or seeking a trade, but he will pursue at least one of those if the Commanders don't come to him with a contract in the next 24 hours. Bengals owner Mike Brown saying the team has no intention to trade star pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. His GM said the same yesterday, that the two sides are trying to work towards an extension. They do not want to trade Hendrickson. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Update. Don't give me $30. Don't give me $30. You meant to give me like $45. The last hat I bought was $43, $45.
Yeah.
Hats
are
hats used to be $30, right? You could get hats. And I don't think you can do that anymore. I think hats are $40.
You can find a hat for $30 that is going to be like
not a great hat.
The dad hat style, you know?
Even some of those, like the nice ones. You know, there's a couple things as you grow up. Video games, for a long time, they were $50. Then they became $60. I mean, then became $80.
Isn't this most things in life?
Yeah. But most things in life do get more expensive. I guess it's the thing that has a set price where you just kind of, in your head, I'll go out to buy a hat today. And in my head, that hat will be $30, and I'll get there and I'll be surprised anyway. Like, $47 for a hat? And then I'll buy it.
What's the most expensive hat you've ever bought?
The cowboy hat that I bought in Nashville because I'm an idiot tourist.
Cowboy hat though, that's a different genre.
Okay,
almost.
Then it might have been the hat I bought last week. That was $47.
$47.
Yeah, the cowboy hat. I think that was $95. Yeah,
$95.
Looking back, I wish I had that decision back.
Yeah,
but
that seems like a tourist
You're in
trap.
the moment. You're in Nashville. You buy a $95 cowboy hat. And you wear it 3 times.
Money is no object.
Yes, yeah, it's on vacation, bachelor party. We're all going to buy cowboy hats, of course.
Wear it to camp tomorrow.
Now that would be a move.
What
a move that would be.
Wear the cowboy hat.
Actually, this would have been a great fantasy football last place punishment.
Yeah.
In the media league, Sal, everybody, you steal this. Last place has to wear a cowboy hat at training camp.
Yeah.
That is a great punishment.
I think it would be excellent. Although the punishment really, like that's going to be helpful. It's going to be hot in the next couple of days, right? Like it's going to block the sun.
That's right.
Better than a regular baseball hat.
I feel like it's not exactly sweat wicking if you're going to get some sweat up in there.
Yeah, what's the material? And it's like really it's leather, right?
I was going to say lacquer. Like I don't know what the material is. There's a
lacquer?
Yeah, like a paint stain lacquer. You know, plastic laminate. Okay. I don't know. It's not cloth. I mean, it doesn't hold that shape.
So it might block the sun, but it's going to be hot under that hat.
You would think. I don't know.
Although, I mean, cowboy hats are, more available in southern climates, aren't they?
True.
They've got to be somewhat cooling.
Breathable.
All the old, cowboy hat, old westerns that they're wearing cowboy hats.
It depends on
It's
the
hot
style
there.
of hat you buy.
Yeah.
There are cloth ones or felt ones that are for like the winter time, but then there's also like the one I have, which is like that hard. It's almost like a hard plastic, and it's breathable. It's got like ventilation in it, so I think you would be fine. I don't think you'd be all that sweaty, actually.
Interesting. The chat thinks you have a cheap kind of cowboy hat compared to the ones Josh is talking about.
Oh yeah. Again, it was $95 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So
well,
what's that now?
I'm not saying that the price was cheap. I'm just saying that the hat might be.
I bought it on Broadway. It had to be top of the line.
Sure. I'm sure.
What? It's a giant hat store. You tell me this is a bad hat?
No, I'm just saying it could have been. It could amongst cowboy hats. I wonder if it's a real top of the line cowboy hat.
All right, I'll ask you a question. Name a brand of cowboy hat.
Me?
Yeah,
I'm not. Well, I'm not
Josh,
the expert.
Name a brand.
Maybe Josh can.
Atwood. That's the one I have.
Okay,
there you
name
go.
another one.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, that's it.
I just know the one I have.
Does Stetson sound familiar?
No.
Really?
Stetson?
Stetson, yeah. Stetson.
Isn't that the style of hat? Or
No,
is it
that's a brand.
That's a company too.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
Stetson.com.
I thought that was just the style.
They invented a style. Yeah, it's a Stetson.
What style did they invent?
The Stetson. I don't know if that's true.
I'm looking right now.
I'm looking at hats.
These Stetson hats I'm looking at, like these look like good quality cowboy hats.
That's what I have.
That's what you have?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, maybe you have a good quality cowboy hat.
I don't know. Does anybody want it?
Wait, bring it tomorrow. Bring it tomorrow.
Bring it to camp.
Yeah, bring it to camp.
Bring it to camp and
Wear it all through training camp.
Here's the new theme. Every guest that comes on the show has to wear it during our segment. So when Sal comes on the segment, all right, let's toss that cowboy hat on. All right, now we're talking from camp.
So when Steve Mariucci's wandering by, it's like, hey, you want to sit for a minute? Like, oh, there's one thing though, you've got to put this hat on.
Yeah, Mooch, sorry, it's the rule.
I think also that would probably be tough to wear with headphones.
Agreed.
I don't know how you would do that.
You need earbuds. Not a good headphone hat.
You would need earbuds. Yeah, unless you go like headphones like underneath the hat,
Which is always tough.
but
tough.
it doesn't really it doesn't really stay.
They don't stay on. No.
No. So you couldn't
tomorrow.
really do the show while you were doing it.
Camp tomorrow.
Yep.
Cowboy hat? I mean, it's not the worst idea.
No.
Right?
No, it's not. What would be the worst idea?
What did I just see? If Josh Allen wore a cowboy hat to training camp day one, there would be 200 cowboy hats at training camp on day two. I just saw this somewhere where somebody started to wear, somebody started to wear something, and it just be. Was it the quarterback series? I know what it was. In the quarterback series, Joe Burrow dyes his hair blonde, and every kid in Cincinnati dyed their hair blonde. Got the blonde M&M buzz cut because Burrow did. Mm-hmm. So there's the theory. If Josh Allen showed up to training camp in a cowboy hat, by the third day of camp, cowboy hats would be everywhere.
Yeah, I've wondered if the sudden influx of young people having longer hair, younger men having longer hair, is because Josh Allen has long hair right now.
Yeah,
have you noticed that? More people, the mullet is in maybe more than it ever has been. Well, more than it has been since it probably was first incarnated.
I feel like you are using mullet as a term it's probably not for. I mean, Josh does not.
No, he doesn't have a mullet, but I'm seeing mullets, and I'm seeing like whatever you would consider Josh has flow, right?
Okay.
I'm seeing more of that than ever before.
Lettuce, as the kids call it.
Lettuce.
Yeah. I mean,
and I don't know if I want to credit him. Maybe he's just jumping on the wave also.
I might say Josh Allen's done a lot of things. I don't think he's brought back hair.
You don't think he's long hair?
I don't think he's done that.
He's not. He's not a trendsetter.
Let's go to our senior goaltending correspondent, Owen Parker. Owen, hair. I mean, right? Hockey existed for a long time.
Right. I'm gonna have to claim that for the hockey crew.
This is maybe growing beyond the hockey community and hockey fan community. No,
I don't know. Maybe. I feel like every young
he's making it into football flow, isn't he?
Tom Brady did that first.
He did that for 1 year.
Oh, did he not do it first?
Does anyone remember him doing anything with that hair other than crying on television about going in the 6th round?
Trevor Lawrence did it first.
Trevor Lawrence doesn't really have flow, though. I would say Trevor Lawrence has like
he has a waterfall.
It's too long to be flow.
I might agree with that.
Yeah, he's just got more of the Fabio hair, if you will.
Okay.
I don't know what else to call it, but his is too long to be flow. Once it get down to your shoulders, we've reached a new territory.
Yeah, there's a middle ground, a sort of Goldilocks zone for flow that is Trevor Lawrence is well outside.
So it's
he's beyond it.
It's not touching shoulders.
Also, flow needs to flow. Trevor Lawrence is like the straightest hair on earth. It just comes right down.
Is he Sunshine from Remember the Titans?
Okay, did Sunshine bring it back? Hair?
Hair. You keep saying hair. It's a specific type of hair.
You're trying to give Josh Allen credit for just having hair just short of your shoulders but comes out of your hat, which I've had for a decade.
You have, but don't you think more people are doing that now because they see their quarterback have it?
I don't. Dawson Knox. What about Dawson Knox? He's had the same.
Curly.
He's had the. So what? He's got flow.
Yeah.
Dawson Knox has had that hair for a while.
There's a specific type of hair though that I'm thinking of with Josh has. Dawson Knox has curly hair that not everybody can replicate.
Fair. The real question is now that Josh is in movies and stuff or whatever, has a production company, and
I don't think he's in a movie yet.
No, not yet. He
will be.
Is he getting better hair care products? Is he taking care of it now in a way that he hadn't before? Maybe not.
More than 5 years ago. Yeah, I'm sure he's probably going to places more often now that. You gotta look cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah.
And when you got hair like that, you gotta, I think, have some good product.
Well, maybe we'll see some new hair at camp. Maybe we'll see.
Watch, he's gonna come in tomorrow with a buzz cut. All about football.
It would shock people.
The cowboy hat theory is definitely right, though. If he wore that tomorrow, there would be every person in the crowd the next day would have it. If I were him, I would just do it just to see. Mm-hmm. Let me test this. What's the most ridiculous thing I could wear that people would copy the next day?
Think how many people wear TB12 stuff. Not that many.
Not that many here, I'm sure.
803-0550, our number. It is Tuesday. It's chilly out. It's not hot. It's not hot.
I had the windows down on the way here this morning.
That's right. It's a cool morning. It's supposed to be hot tomorrow as we get to training camp. 26 of 32 teams report to training camp today.
Yeah.
And by tomorrow, it's every team. The Bills report today. Their first practice is tomorrow, but they report today. And then they practice tomorrow morning. We will be there for camp, for practice. Start talking to people from around the league. People from Bills media will pop in. It'll be a regular radio row kind of situation. We'll be up there. The Extra Point Show live from there as well with Sal checking in. And One Bills Live. I'll be setting up. So lots of camp coverage on the way as we get up to St. John Fisher. Exciting times. Exciting season, right? And today we get a helmet.
Today we get a helmet.
Which
means it's going to happen at 10:02 probably, right?
I'll go 9:57. Just the most offensive time for us personally. That's usually when. Can we get a leak this morning? A leak of the helmet? The reporting yesterday on that, rumors, rumblings, I heard from multiple people that it's not red. Now, is that a smokescreen? Because
I wondered that because
if it's not red, you have some Bills fans that are going to be upset. Come on. We just want one thing. It's the final year at Highmark. A one-off red helmet would not be hard to just throw on your current uniform. Just wear red. That seems to be the elevator pitch, and it's not that tough to agree with. Fine. If the people want that, let them have that.
Right. I mean, at this point, I would almost even take the standing buffalo as an alternate helmet. Because the helmet that was described yesterday was a white helmet with a silver buffalo.
Let's get to the full description. I've heard gray, white, silver, chrome, looking like it's snowing, cream. So I don't...
Something wintery themed. I think is kind of what all of that falls under.
Is it possible that what we get today is a helmet from the Rivalry series to tease those uniforms that are coming out later? And then the Bills, maybe the Rivalry series teams, the AFC East and the NFC West, are going to show up. That would be a good way to build buzz. Boom. here are the 8 helmets of the rivalry series. Ooh, what's that uniform going to look like?
But the uniform in football is not the main event, right? Like the main event is the helmet. The Bills,
but the uniform,
if they wear a white and silver helmet, what's their uniform going to look like? It's just going to be white.
Maybe.
With silver numbers, maybe, is going to be like the most, crazy thing I'm going to get.
Maybe
on the uniform.
It's possible. I mean, you don't get everything from the helmet. You get something. And the star of the show, while it might be the helmet to a degree, the thing people buy is the jersey. And I don't know if they want to drum up interest for it or what. Because the idea of a white/gray helmet, what would that match with that they currently wear? Is there something it would match with?
No.
They used to have gray on their face mask, and when they got rid of the gray face masks for white face masks, a lot of people were happy about that.
Yes.
And a lot of people didn't notice that. So I don't know what a white/gray/chrome. If you go find, there is a mock-up of a jersey. I think it's a Photoshop with like Keon Coleman in it, where he's wearing chrome or nickel, and it's supposed to be like, if these are the Nickel City jerseys, they look like Oregon. They are pretty sweet. But the thing you always have to remember with these rivalry uniforms is, will the jersey sell? Mm-hmm. The point is to sell gear. And I'm excited to find out the answer to some of these questions. Like, what is this new helmet? If it's not red, does it just go with what they wear? I don't know. Is there a new throwback? The Steelers yesterday introduced a brand new throwback that has black numbers on one side and white numbers on the other side. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
The front numbers are black and the white the back numbers are white.
2015 Sabres all over again.
Right.
Different colored numbers.
The Steelers are just dropping jerseys from the 30s.
Right.
That's the 1930s Steelers jerseys are, hey, here you go. And we've seen that a couple times where teams are just, hey, the Commanders, here's our new set. Here's the Steelers' new set. Hey, the Saints have a new set. The Bucks, we're going to go back to our, creamsicle days for a couple games this season. So, could the Bills go to a throwback that people forgot about?
Don't you feel like it'd be crazy? Maybe. Like, if you go back to their original 1960 uniform, I think that they only wore for one season. Like, it was just blue and silver.
Okay.
Like, I think they looked like the Lions because Ralph Wilson was from Detroit. If I have that story at least close to accurate. I
didn't wear it today. I have a hat, and what's it look like? It is gray and blue.
Yeah.
And is that the draft hat or the training camp hat? I don't remember. But it's a gray hat. I got gray instead of white. And when people see it, what do they think? They think it's a Lions hat. I've worn that the last 3 days in here. So, I mean, could it be that we're talking about a throwback where the helmet is gray/white and it is one of these old AFL or whatever setups?
Maybe. They play, like, you can go back to the 40s when they were, like, in the All-American Football Conference. Like, that's what the Steelers are kind of doing, right? Like, uniforms that were worn 100 years ago. So maybe they could find that. But doing anything before the standing buffalo, like, you're at a point then when a lot of fans don't even know that exists.
Right.
So
that's what the Steelers just did, is it not?
But what the Steelers are doing, like, it still looks like the Steelers, right? Like, the logo is still there. The color scheme is still there.
It doesn't really look like the Steelers. I mean, sure, it's black and yellow.
Right,
I mean,
but
the
like
Pirates
these Bills
could wear
uniforms
these
I'm looking at, like, you're a blue and silver team now. And you're not wearing a logo that anybody would recognize.
Could the Bills get behind that? Could Bills fans, would they buy a blue and silver setup?
I think maybe. Like, again, like, if it kind of looks like some sort of wintry theme more than like a throwback, then I think that would probably do better.
We are talking about the blue and silver is the first set of uniforms they ever wear.
Right.
And those are not any that they've ever brought back.
No.
How come?
There's a number on the helmet.
I'm looking at. I got the Steelers going back to the 30s. The Bills are not going to go back to the 60s?
They did only wear for 1 year.
Okay.
So, like,
all the more reason to bring it back for 1 year.
That's the thing. Like, when you think go back to the 60s, you're thinking of the standing buffalo, which they've done a lot.
Yeah.
And by the way, like, I wouldn't be against doing that either. That's where I really am confused and wondering. I had thought until yesterday they're going to release an alternate helmet today, and then we're going to get the rivalry series uniforms later. So inevitably, what would the alternate helmet be? It would be something throwback because it's your final year of the stadium, and Rivalry Series isn't going to really do the nostalgia game. That's going to be something brand new and different. So if they were to only have that one alternate, and it's brand new, different type of looking thing because it's this new Rivalry Series, it would feel weird not to have anything throwback. Anything. Because if we get what you laid out of a Rivalry Series helmet today, and then we're going to get the rest of the uniform later, then I'm not getting a throwback.
Can't they just...
I don't think.
I forget the rules, but the rules got loosened on this. In fact, the rules got loosened last year, and the Bills, or maybe 2 years ago, didn't act on it, and the explanation was we're going to see if they loosen things further. Right? We got to talk to Sal about this at 8 o'clock. He had the news on this. I feel like, I don't know if it was Pete Quelly or somebody else at the time, if it maybe all the way back to when Ron Rakuya is in charge, and we're asking questions about, like, could you have a new jersey? Well, we feel like it doesn't match the whether it's the red helmet doesn't match what we want to wear now. We wouldn't put it with our red jerseys. Would it fit with the jerseys they wear, the uniforms they wear? I think it would. I meant gridironuniforms.com, which is the history of the Bills uniforms. Have they had the same uniform since 2016? With no changes, really?
Yeah, no. And what is the change even before that? Like 2011, they go to this form of uniform.
And it's been tweaked.
But it was Reebok.
It's been tweaked a couple times. They add red. Like red becomes a little more prominent in 2015 and then 16. Last year they wore red tops with white pants for the first time in that kind of setup. So that's a new entry. It's exciting. There's no doubt about that. I'm excited about what it might be, but it's kind of tough to guess here. What would a white, snow, gray, cream setup look like? A set of uniforms where they're going to pay tribute to the fact that it snows. All right, I'm eager to see that. I just kind of don't know.
I tend to think it's going to look like some version of what the Vikings did last year.
All white.
They have a Winter Warrior uniform, and it's basically all white. The logo on the helmet is like purple outlined, but that's the only amount of purple. The numbers, though, are still purple. So maybe that is what you get. Maybe you get the white / silverish, chrome-ish, creamish, whatever it is, helmet, and the uniform is all white and it's like silver outline, but you're still getting the blue numbers. Because you are going to want to see the numbers, right? If it's a white uniform with silver numbers, it's going to be hard to look.
It's tough on It's tough on the play-by-play.
It'll be hard for Chris, right?
It might be tough on fans in the stadium too.
So maybe you just you stick with the blue in the numbers, and everything else looks white or silver.
Is that really that new? I mean, right now, the only thing you're doing there is changing the trim. You're going to say the numbers are still blue and everything else is white? Like, I've changed trim.
Kind of. I mean, the Vikings from last year that's something you would say they'd never worn before.
No,
right?
That's right. But, I mean, that's just a jersey with the trim whited out.
Yeah.
That's all that really is.
I don't know, jersey-wise, what you can really do that they haven't already done.
The Bills?
Yeah.
Well, they haven't done anything in 10 years. They could do Zubas. Just saying.
Yeah, but is that not that always comes up? Is that not too crazy?
You know what? Let's come up with 4 ideas here, so we can put up a Twitter poll. Which is the best of the 4 ideas? One, I mean, people. If we put this Twitter poll up, people will just shout red helmet because that's what a lot of people want. Zubas,
just assume the
1960s blue and silver, a completely brand new set. I mean, that is happening.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited for it. Hopefully it happens morning news window here. Maybe it happens at 1 o'clock. I can try to find out what time this whole thing's going to happen. 803-0550, our phone number. So, Bills report to camp.
I just found some All-American Football Conference uniforms for the Bills, and they are wild.
Yeah.
They also do look like the Lions. It's so blue and silver.
Okay. Well, that's where it is kind of funny to look back on jerseys. The Steelers, the ones that they just dropped yesterday, if you dropped these uniforms today, you would be mocked until your death. But because it's from the 30s, what do people say? Ooh, love it. Like nobody saw these jerseys. Here they are, the Steelers rocking black numbers on the front, white numbers on the back, some crazy pattern on them, yellow helmets. Here's the Steelers wearing yellow helmets too. Mm-hmm. So whatever. I mean, it's
You can get mocked for. I remember the Giants last year had jerseys. Everyone said they looked like the Montreal Canadiens.
Yes, I liked them because they were actually different.
Yeah. And Michigan at the same time.
They looked like Michigan because they had the Wolverine kind of...
That pattern on the helmet?
Yeah, there's a term for that. I forget what that's called.
That pattern?
Yeah, that pattern has a name.
I didn't know that.
And it's not the Wolverines. They wear it famously. So does Delaware. And
okay, yeah.
The Giants in that game did where they're wearing red and like leather pants.
Okay.
All right. 8030550. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We're at camp tomorrow. We're in studio today. The Steelers throwback helmet, 1933 jersey stripes. White block numbers on the front, black block numbers on the back. The city crest, 1933 pants, beige pants the Steelers are wearing.
Beige pants.
Beige.
You know it's throwback if there's beige pants.
Yes. You're supposed to look like you just walked out of a 1930s textile factory. That's how it's supposed to work.
Right.
8030550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. We'll talk with Sal today. He's got his latest up on the storylines at each defensive position. We'll track some contract stuff, whether it's Trey Hendrickson or a couple other pieces of news and notes at the NFL training camp deadline, I guess, as we get to see who's going to be there and who's not around the league. So plenty to get to. And you can give us a call, 8030550 here on WGR. Good morning. Happy camp week. Jeremy and Joe. And eager to get there. Eager to get to training camp at St. John Fisher. Are they already having production meetings about Hard Knocks? Don't forget, of course, we are getting to our Hard Knocks era of our lives, which will be very exciting.
And that doesn't debut until I believe it's August 5th.
Yeah, that's right.
So you still have a little bit of time to go before that. But yeah, they'll be there filming. I assume we'll notice the film crew.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I know they have cameras set up like when they're in the facilities and whatnot that I'm sure they don't notice. But on the practice field, like cameras all around HBO, like I would expect their presence to be felt at least a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm really glad to have them this year. Like, I've never seen the Bills on Hard Knocks because they've never been on Hard Knocks, and training camp's great, and I'm getting a lot of questions from friends and family who are like, what are you looking for? Like, what are you pumped up about in training camp? And it's like, all right, like, there's a couple of things, but I'm ready for Hard Knocks to kind of, multiply all of that by 100 this year by getting to see more access or like real stuff than maybe you would see otherwise.
Yeah, we don't quite know what it will deliver from us. I mean, other teams that have been through this, what do you get? You get the trip to the ice cream shop. You're definitely going to get that. You're going to get the turkey burgers featured probably, aren't you? Sure. You're going to get
the
lots
St. John
of stuff
Fisher
like that.
turkey burgers.
And you're going to get positional battles, and you're going to get, players showing you a little bit of the spice of their life. Or maybe McDermott. Listen, here's one way to... I always wonder about this. Does Hard Knocks submit a list of, these are things we're thinking about looking into? And do the Bills submit any sort of, oh, that'd be great. And who's really interesting is this player or this player. Exciting times. Exciting season, right? And today we get a helmet.
Today we get a helmet.
Which
means it's going to happen at 10:02 probably, right?
I'll go 9:57.
9:57.
Just the most offensive time for us personally. That's usually when. Can we get a leak this morning? A leak of the helmet? The reporting yesterday on that, like rumors, rumblings, I heard from multiple people that it's not red. Now, is that a smokescreen? Because
I wondered that because
if it's not red, you have some Bills fans that are going to be upset. Like, come on. We just want one thing. It's the final year at Highmark. A one-off red helmet would not be hard to just throw on your current uniform. Just wear red. That seems to be the elevator pitch, and it's not that tough to agree with. Like, fine, if the people want that, let them have that.
Right. I mean, at this point, I would almost even take the standing buffalo as an alternate helmet. Because the helmet that was described yesterday was a white helmet with a silver buffalo.
Let's get to the full description. I've heard gray, white, silver, chrome, looking like it's snowing, cream. So I don't...
Something wintery themed. I think is kind of what all of that falls under.
Is it possible that what we get today is a helmet from the Rivalry series to tease those uniforms that are coming out later? And then the Bills, maybe the Rivalry series teams, the AFC East and the NFC West, are going to show up. That would be a good way to build buzz. Boom. Here are the 8 helmets of the Rivalry series. Ooh, what's that uniform going to look like?
For the Buffalo Bills, they report today, and 26 of the 32 teams will open camp today, and by tomorrow, everybody will have camp rolling. For the Bills, see if James Cook is there, which is fully expected. Whether he's on the field or not, doing work, that might be the one question. A couple of holdouts around the league. Commanders reporter Henry McKenna says the Commanders have not engaged in contract talks with Terry McLaurin in weeks, and that McLaurin is frustrated and currently deciding between a holdout, a hold-in, or seeking a trade, but he will pursue at least one of those. Bengals owner Mike Brown says the team has no intention to trade defensive end Trey Hendrickson, and they will look for an extension. Will Levis out for the season with a right shoulder surgery in Tennessee. He was in line to be the backup quarterback anyway. Chris Godwin will not be on the field to start Buccaneers camp. He's coming back from a dislocated ankle. And Nyheim Hines is back in the NFL, signing with the LA Chargers. Hines had not played last year, hasn't played football since his jet ski accident while he was with the Bills. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We've never had the dynamic of Hard Knocks. So that's going to be kind of an interesting part of this whole equation. And how does that look? What does that feel like? It's going to obviously be a lot more cameras roaming around. And that's going to be something else that I know we're all going to be watching and seeing. And after the first couple of days, I'm sure it'll just become second nature to be like, oh, yeah, okay, they're here. But the first couple of days, it'll be like, wow, this looks different and feels different.
Josh Reed joining Sal Capaccio yesterday on the Extra Point Show. Hard Knocks. Would imagine they're starting some pre-production stuff already and filming guys moving in, walking in. Used to be that when players reported, and actually I wonder if this happens today, you'd see the player walk in, there's the television cameras all set up, so-and-so walks in, waves, pillow, Xbox, you know, whatever you need. I don't know if they still do that. I guess we'll find out today.
Someone's going to bring in Settlers of Catan, right? Because they're all about that.
Got to bring Settlers, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the story that Josh Allen won the most impressive game of Settlers, who was it? They play Settlers a lot. If you played Settlers, you know. And I think Joe Marino was telling me the story. That Allen won, I don't know, without building a single road or a city. He just won, like, the victory points. Anyway, we don't need to go this deep into Catan.
That's a lot of development cards.
Yeah, right. Like, that's... Thank you. As you played, you know. Apparently, he can win a lot of ways.
You didn't. You have no idea what's going on right now.
That's right. Are you missing out if you've never played Catan?
It's maybe. Sounds like it.
Have you ever played?
I've never played it.
Oh, okay. It's a fine, fun, 4 people at a party game.
Okay.
Not too many, but 4. Can you go with more than 4?
How long does it take?
You can get an expansion pack.
Yeah.
You can do up to 8.
Up to 8 people. How long does it take? 2 hours, 3 hours?
Depends on how many people you have.
Yeah.
But, yeah, about 2 hours.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's a fine game.
It's not bad.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Happy day before camp. Do you think summer ends tomorrow? People do say that. Summer ends when camp begins. I do not agree with that. We still got some summer left. But it definitely is the start of everything. When I think about football season, I think about more than just, the Bills will play. I start to think I will know what day of the week it is. Because football's back. And Sundays, it's all lined up, and we've got triple headers every Sunday and games on Monday. And, we're coming in talking about the Thursday Amazon game, putting together a 3-way parlay, setting fantasy lineups. Like everything kind of blooms, right? It's like it's spring socially. Everything's going to be back in bloom soon. Not that summer's bad for this, but just feels like life returns to normal. Football season is what's normal, and not having football is, weird.
I like to have the weather go along with it. Like yesterday felt like a day where if camp had begun with, yesterday was nice, like crisp and not humid. If I get that, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, this is the end of summer here. If I were to get this morning, it was in the 50s on my car.
It's chilly.
But are we going to feel like, summer's over when it is 95 degrees on Thursday?
That's right.
And then tomorrow it's in like it's in the low 90s, like. Ugh, that might. But once my fantasy drafts are in, once I've got my teams, I can just have the tabs open and look at it. Then I truly feel like that summer is over.
803-0550 if you want to join us in 1-888-550-2550. I have a link at NFL.com that I knew I didn't need to click. It's ranking season, right? This is a list. Ooh, I have a fun little game. Yeah. What? I guess this won't be that fun. I'm just thinking of it on the fly, so I won't make you play the game. Like, what list could you click and be confident the Bills will not touch? The Bills will not be on this list. This might be the most confident I've ever been. I do not need to click this.
The top 10 receivers in the NFL.
I think you should be more confident in this one. They're more likely to be on that list than this one.
Really?
Yes.
Someone's more likely to think Khalil Shakir is a top 10 receiver in the NFL.
Yes, than this one. I think this might... All right, now the game's back on. This is the least likely list you could possibly see the Bills on this year.
Teams that could pick first overall?
Ooh. Close. We could debate which of these is least likely. It's close.
You're saying this list could be seen as less likely than the Bills being on a list of teams that could pick first overall?
I think it's debatable. That's how nuts that. Okay, you've pushed me as far as I can go.
Yeah.
That's coach fired. No. The Bills are again. You'll see them on that list. We have Jason McIntyre with Colin Cowherd suggesting McDermott's going to go and Nick Saban's going to get the job. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Top offensive rookie of the year candidates.
Ooh.
What's more likely, Jackson Hawes is an offensive rookie of the year, or they pick first overall? I mean, their draft's about the defense. So at NFL.com, there are 2 side-by-side links about top 10 offensive rookie of the year and top 10 defensive rookie of the year candidates who are the favorites to win these awards. And I just knew I do not have to click that one. It's Dan Parr, senior editor, NFL.com. I knew.
It's maybe less likely.
It might be the least likely.
Honestly, like the way that can go, I feel like it would be more likely that like some undrafted rookie running back that we don't know the name of right now is more likely to win that award than like Jackson Hawes or any other Bill.
Chase Lunt, Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Chase Lunt. You're right. There is nobody.
It's not in them. It's not.
Oh, what about Caden Prather? They did pick a receiver in the 7th round.
And this is not.
If he had 1,000 yards this year for the Bills,
right?
Maybe he'd win it.
They're not on the defensive list either. No Bill made the top 10. So as Dan Parta's NFL.com, the top candidates for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
That would be one I would click on, though.
Yeah, me too. I did. I did. I wanted to see, is Max Hairston going to make that top 10? He did not. Again, it's one last day of ranking season. We probably have a little bit more ranking season after today. But
I mean, the top 100 is going until October 8th.
That's true. And nobody knows it's happening because they're doing it 2 at a time. But yeah, not a blip on the offensive side because this draft was about, adding in those defensive pieces.
I mean, what would it be for any of their defenders to win Rookie of the Year?
Hairston, I think,
he'd have to pile up interceptions.
Yep.
Usually that's how it is. Jarris Bird didn't even win it, right? Jarris Bird came in 2nd.
He did.
In Rookie of the Year, and what did he have? 7 interceptions? He had a crazy first year, and he didn't win it.
Do you know who won it last year?
Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
Jared Verse.
Yes. The year before? Will Anderson.
Okay.
Sauce Gardner, Micah Parsons, Chase Young. One thing about this list.
Pass rushers.
It's a lot of pass rushers, but the one thing that it is, you don't find a lot of flash-in-the-pan guys. I guess Chase Young did not hold up the way he did.
Guys that were picked really early.
Guys picked high. If you want to go, it's not all pass rushers, but how many corners have won Defensive Rookie of the Year?
You mentioned Gardner.
I've got, since 2000, I've got 3.
Okay.
It's Gardner, Marshawn Lattimore, Marcus Peters. That's it. Since 2000.
Right.
And going back even further, the 4 defensive backs ago, Rookie of the Year, is Charles Woodson. That's a long time ago. So
would you think Landon Jackson or TJ Sanders is more likely if they go out and get hey, he surprised everyone and had 14 sacks this year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think
he's in the running.
They have 2 guys in Hairston and Sanders that are whatever. We will expect big things from them. Can they land on the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation? Let's hope so.
I mean, it would be tough for a rookie really to ever win on this team, right? They pick so low, and that fuels expectation and also just the caliber of player. And it's a team where maybe they're more willing to slow play a guy. There's less jobs that are open, right? Max Hairston could just be a little, just have a little bit of need to adjust to things as camp rolls on in the preseason. It doesn't look bad at all. It's just, let's give him a couple of weeks. And suddenly he's playing fewer games than that same player that's playing for a team that has nobody else. On a the Titans. The Titans have a bunch of openings. That guy can make the team there. So your opportunity is a little lesser. The team is less reliant on you. So I think it'd be tough for a rookie almost ever to win with this team.
Yep, that's probably right. Not trying to make any sort of statement with that observation, just a fun little note. That
if Harrison could pile up some pick sixes, then I feel like he could have a shot. Fastest player of the team, right? Run away from everybody and get 5 pick sixes, and you've got a shot.
Yeah,
that's what not Trayvon Diggs. Who was the other guy?
Deron Bland.
Deron Bland.
Yeah, a bunch of pick sixes.
Do that.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring when we get back. I woke up to some news that I wake up to every single year, and every single year, I like the Bills in the Super Bowl. I think it's going to be different, and once again, it was not. Exciting times. Exciting season, right? And today,
yes.
And today we get a helmet.
Today we get a helmet.
Which
means it's going to happen at 10:02 probably, right?
I'll go 9:57. That's just the most offensive time for us personally. That's usually when. Can we get a leak this morning? A leak of the helmet? The reporting yesterday on that, like rumors, rumblings, I heard from multiple people that it's not red. Now, is that a smokescreen? Because
I wondered that because
if it's not red, you have some Bills fans that are going to be upset. Like, come on. We just want one thing. It's the final year at Highmark. A one-off red helmet would not be hard to just throw on your current uniform. Just wear red. That seems to be the elevator pitch, and it's not that tough to agree with. Like, fine, if the people want that, let them have that.
Right. I mean, at this point, I would almost even take the standing buffalo as an alternate helmet. Because the helmet that was described yesterday was a white helmet with a silver buffalo.
Let's get to the full description. I've heard gray, white, silver, chrome, looking like it's snowing, cream. So I don't...
Something wintery themed. I think is kind of what all of that falls under.
Is it possible that what we get today is a helmet from the Rivalry series to tease those uniforms that are coming out later? And then the Bills, maybe the Rivalry series teams, the AFC East and the NFC West, are going to show up. That would be a good way to build buzz. Boom. Here are the 8 helmets of the Rivalry series. Ooh, what's that uniform going to look like? No Bill made the top 10. So as Dan Parta's NFL.com, the top candidates for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
That would be one I would click on, though.
Yeah, me too. I did. I wanted to see, is Max Hairston going to make that top 10? He did not. Again, it's one last day of ranking season. We probably have a little bit more ranking season after today. But
I mean, the top 100 is going until October 8th.
It's true. And nobody knows it's happening because they're doing it 2 at a time. But yeah, not a blip on the offensive side, because this draft was about, adding in those defensive pieces.
I mean, what would it be for any of their defenders to win Rookie of the Year?
Hairston, I think,
he'd have to pile up interceptions.
Yeah.
Usually that's how it did. Jarris Bird didn't even win it, right? Jarris Bird came in second.
He did.
In Rookie of the Year, and what did he have? 7 interceptions? He had a crazy first year, and he didn't win it.
Do you know who won it last year?
Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
Jared Verse.
Yes. The year before? Will Anderson.
Okay.
Sauce Gardner, Micah Parsons, Chase Young. One thing about this list.
Pass rushers.
It's a lot of pass rushers, but the one thing that it is, you don't find a lot of flash-in-the-pan guys. I guess Chase Young did not hold up the way he did.
Guys that were picked really early.
Guys picked high. I mean, if you want to go, it's not all pass rushers, but how many corners have won Defensive Rookie of the Year?
You mentioned Gardner.
I've got, since 2000, I've got 3.
Okay.
It's Gardner, Marshawn Lattimore, Marcus Peters. That's it. Since 2000.
Right.
And going back even further, the 4 defensive backs ago, Rookie of the Year, is Charles Woodson. That's a long time ago. So
what you think of Landon Jackson or TJ Sanders is more likely if they go out and get hey, he surprised everyone and had 14 sacks this year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think
he's in the running.
They have 2 guys in Hairston and Sanders that are whatever. We will expect big things from them. Can they land on the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation? Let's hope so. Woke up this morning, in my email inbox, there it is, the Masters.
Ah, yes.
2026 ticket application update.
Yep.
I clicked this email and read it with all the anticipation I did when I was applying to colleges to see if I got in.
Nope.
Thank you for submitting your 2026 application. We have now completed the ticket selection process for the Masters Tournament. I'm breathing. We deeply appreciate the level of interest in attending the tournament from golf fans worldwide. Each year we work to... Oh, sorry, you've not been picked. Oh. Mm-hmm. Great.
Get used to that.
Yeah. That's like year 20 in a row.
Yeah. I played golf with a gentleman a couple weeks ago that said that he went to the Masters last year. It was his 21st year in the lottery, I believe is what he said.
Oh, okay, so I'm due.
21 years he was trying to get tickets, and he finally got the email. He got accepted last year.
You know the funny.
So it could be a while.
You know the funniest thing about this rejection letter? Unfortunately, your entry was not selected this year. Thanks, but we've now completed the ticket selection process for the Masters Tournament, Augusta National Women's Amateur and Drive, Chip, and Putt National Finals. Like there's a amateur and drive, chip, and putt national finals. So the women's am, that's probably great, but the drive, chip, and putt national finals at Augusta.
Wait,
that's also you get all of that in.
Oh, that's included in
a ticket.
Okay,
yes.
I thought they were offering that to you as a consolation prize.
Right.
Which you still would be able to see Augusta.
You know what this email does not say? If, in fact, you would like to come, simply eating an egg salad sandwich will grant you access to the grounds. It does not say that.
You must record yourself on video eating an egg salad sandwich, send it back.
If it did say, check this box if you're willing to do that, I would, I'm going to be honest, I would think about checking that box to see how serious they were. But no, I probably wouldn't do that. Did not win Masters tickets.
No,
so
me neither.
What are you doing next year for the Masters? Me, not going. Again.
Have our own Masters party with the shipped egg salad sandwiches from Georgia.
I am going to get maybe the pimento box this time. Pimento cheese.
I don't think you can order just the pimento. I think you have to get both.
No, I'll do what you did, which is order the whole thing and then everyone leaves the sandwiches because nobody wants them. Right?
Their presence though will still be in your house if you order them.
That's terrible.
And a lot of them
right into the trash.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe they do let you just select the pimento. I feel like they should. If they're prepackaged, I'm not sure.
Yeah. 803-0550. 26 teams report to camp today. 2 have already been there. Lions and the Chargers. Saw yesterday that Jamison Williams is showing off improved hands. There you go.
I saw a Kamini Vidal training camp highlight.
And?
He looks fast.
Best shape of his life?
Best shape of his life. Fastest he's ever looked.
Gotta love it.
This is a backup running back for the Chargers, by the way, for everyone that has no idea who I'm talking about.
Is he on job watch now with Nyheim Hines going to the Chargers?
Maybe.
Former Bills great Nyheim Hines.
Yep.
803-0550 training camp chatter. Sal at 8 o'clock. Got a question about the AFC when we get back. See what everybody's feeling about the competition. So we'll do that. We'll talk with Sal at 8 o'clock. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. No Bill made the top 10. So as Dan Pardas, NFL.com, the top candidates for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
That would be one I would click on, though.
Yeah, me too. I did. I did. I wanted to see, is Max Hairston going to make that top 10? He did not. Again, it's one last day of ranking season. We probably have a little bit more ranking season after today. But
I mean, the top 100 is going until October 8th.
That's true. And nobody knows it's happening because they're doing it 2 at a time. But yeah, not a blip on the offensive side because this draft was about, adding in those defensive pieces.
I mean, what would it be for any of their defenders to win Rookie of the Year?
Hairston, I think,
he'd have to pile up interceptions.
Yeah.
Usually that's how it did. Jarris Bird didn't even win it, right? Jarris Bird came in second.
He did.
In Rookie of the Year, and what did he have? 7 interceptions? He had a crazy first year, and he didn't win it.
Do you know who won it last year?
Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
Jared Verse.
Yes. The year before? Will Anderson.
Okay.
Sauce Gardner, Micah Parsons, Chase Young. One thing about this list.
Pass rushers.
It's a lot of pass rushers, but the one thing that it is, you don't find a lot of flash in the pan guys. I guess Chase Young did not hold up.
It was
the
guys
way he did.
guys that were picked like really
guys
early.
Picked high. That I mean, if you want to go, it's not all pass rushers, but how many corners have won defensive rookie of the year?
You mentioned Gardner.
I've got since 2000. I've got 3.
Okay,
it's Gardner, Marshawn Lattimore, Marcus Peters. That's it. Since 2000.
Right.
And going back even further, the 4 defensive backs ago, rookie of the year, is Charles Woodson. That's a long time ago. So
would you think like Landon Jackson or TJ Sanders is more likely if they go out and get like, hey, he surprised everyone and had 14 sacks this year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think
he's in the running.
They have 2 guys in Hairston and Sanders that are whatever. We will expect big things from them. Can they land on the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation? Let's hope so. Exciting times. Exciting season, right? And today we get a helmet.
Today we get a helmet.
Which
means it's going to happen at 10:02 probably, right?
I'll go 9:57.
9:57.
Just the most offensive time for us personally. That's usually when. Can we get a leak this morning? A leak of the helmet? The reporting yesterday on that, like rumors, rumblings, I heard from multiple people that it's not red. Now, is that a smokescreen? Because
I wondered that because
if it's not red, you have some Bills fans that are going to be upset. Like, come on. We just want one thing. It's the final year at Highmark. A one-off red helmet would not be hard to just throw on your current uniform. Just wear red. That seems to be the elevator pitch, and it's not that tough to agree with. Like, fine. If the people want that, let them have that.
Right. I mean, at this point, I would almost even take the standing buffalo as an alternate helmet. Because the helmet that was described yesterday was a white helmet with a silver buffalo.
Let's get to the full description. I've heard gray, white, silver, chrome, looking like it's snowing, cream. So I don't...
Something wintry themed. I think is kind of what all of that falls under.
Is it possible that what we get today is a helmet from the Rivalry series to tease those uniforms that are coming out later? Then the Bills, maybe the Rivalry series teams, the AFC East and the NFC West, are going to show up. That would be a good way to build buzz. Boom. Here are the 8 helmets of the Rivalry series. Ooh, what's that uniform going to look like?
Training camp opens tomorrow for the Buffalo Bills. It opens for 26 teams today. Bills will report today, and everybody in the league will be at camp by tomorrow. See if James Cook is doing everything on the field in tomorrow's first practice. Holdouts around the league with more drama than Cook right now. Terry McLaurin, very frustrated in Washington without a contract. Commanders reporter Henry McKenna says that the team is not engaged in contract talks for over 2 weeks with their star receiver, and that McLaurin is currently deciding between a holdout, a hold-in, or seeking a trade, but he will pursue at least one of those. Bengals owner Mike Brown says the team has no intention to trade star defensive end Trey Hendrickson. Also had some strong words for rookie defensive end Shamar Stewart, who is not there at camp over a clause in his rookie contract. Injuries around the league. Will Levis is out for the season in Tennessee with right shoulder surgery. He was in line to be the backup there behind Cam Ward. Chris Godwin will not start training camp for the Buccaneers with the dislocated ankle injury that he is coming back from. And Nyheim Hines is back in the NFL. Signed with the Chargers yesterday. Hines has not played football since his jet ski accident. He was hit by a jet ski while with the Bills during the 2023 offseason. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
St. John Fisher, the Bills reporting today. The late, great John Facenda there. Look what they used to do for the NFL. You know, this presentation.
Should we get some Bills highlights from last year with like this, like the old NFL's music? NFL Films music.
What happened at camp last year? What was the story at camp last year?
Last year, was there?
I mean, it was Coleman, watching Coleman, seeing how he can be a part of the offense. It was
Samuel got hurt.
Cole Bishop got hurt.
Mike Edwards got hurt, never really participated.
Yeah. Injuries, like, I don't really remember. 2 years ago, I remember that was Shakir had a bad camp, and like there was wonder if he was on the roster bubble. He was not. The year before that was the year that Kyrie Elam wore boxing gloves.
Yep. And got into a fight with Diggs, maybe?
No, him and Diggs like fought, I feel like, every day for like 2 weeks.
That's because he held a lot.
Yeah. There's the E.J. Manuel hospitality tent training camp.
Yes, great moments in camp history.
But what was last year?
There's I think the E.J. Manuel hospitality tent training camp was the same training camp where there was a primetime practice on the turf stadium, and Manuel's offense did nothing, and then Jeff Toole went in and just like lit it up.
Tool time was born.
Tool time. Don't forget Tool time.
Tool time.
Yeah, I was trying to put together a training camp bingo card.
Yeah.
For this year.
Okay.
And it wasn't as easy as coming up with as I remember. You know, there's quotes like defense is ahead of the offense.
But you got to get like some turkey burger reference in on there somewhere, because that seems to be an every year thing now.
Defense ahead of the offense. That might not happen this year. The offense is fully returning. Well, a couple receivers. But the offense is back, and there's not a lot of change. And the defense is going through a lot of changes with personnel. But whatever. It's something you always say at camp. I've got a Bills training camp bingo board. I've got Sean McDermott clapping is the free space. You know, we're going to see that a little bit. Hearing Bobby Babbitt yell. You hear that from the sidelines.
He's fiery. He's fiery out
Curtis
there.
Samuel lines up in the backfield.
Okay.
Keon Coleman leaping, spinning, end zone catch.
Yep.
A lot of those.
That should be on there. What about like a fans fall in love with guy that has no chance of making the team spot?
Who's that going to be this year?
That's the thing. Should we pick someone specific, though, or just pick like anyone? It could be anybody.
Although last year...
unnecessary Frank Gore Jr. hype.
Okay, that might be it.
That might be a good one.
Last year, one of the guys to fall in love was Joe Andreessen, and he made the team, and he's still here.
That is true. Like Is he like the first one of those to really make it? Like, guy that everyone learned about and fell in love with at camp and then in the preseason, but then he actually made the team.
Yeah.
Because, like, you go back to your Brandon Rileys of the world, like, those guys never made the team. Most of them, I don't think.
Yeah, the bingo board.
Normally, they're offensive players also.
That's right. That's right. Lionel Gates is a name I always remember. Running back Lionel Gates.
Okay.
Louisville.
Yep. Joique Bell was one of those.
Okay.
Although he actually had a career in the NFL after he left the Bills. So maybe they should have put him on the team.
Great moments in camp history.
But yeah, like this year, is that going to be, I don't even know who it would be. It would be Frank Gore Jr. again. Their backups are the same. Caden Prather, there you go. The 7th-round receiver that they picked. He's going to if he has a couple of big preseason catches, he's got like no path to making the team, basically.
Yeah. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Thanks for watching, texting, tweeting, whatever. If you're watching this on the YouTube stream, go ahead and give us a like and a subscribe. And remember, we're going to be at camp tomorrow. Owen, we're practicing today to set things up to broadcast live from camp, not just like we normally do, but now you're going to get to see our faces from St. John Fisher. So a YouTube stream from Fisher, right? That's the plan. We should be up and running tomorrow.
Yep, that's right. We're going to be getting the cameras out there. We got a new setup. We got some new lights. We should be getting it rolling, and we're super excited about it. Should be super fun to get
lights in there too, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got
light us up.
Yeah, we got lights, and it's gonna be pretty awesome. Super excited.
People are gonna see. What do they see at camp? What do we do? Anything different? It's kind of like this.
You'll see the background of us, which is generally can be players walking in.
By. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one thing.
There's some activity
when it's really nice out. I often say to you, it's too bad we can't do the show outside. When we're at camp, we do. We will be.
It's awesome
outside under a pavilion.
It's not quite college game day though. Like it's not.
Well, we don't have right.
We don't quite have that production.
We're there way too early in the morning. Also to get
that the college game day gets there pretty early, and there are people that wait overnight. Yes, they might be not on the air, but college game day's got people behind them. So. If anybody wants to show up with, a big sign that says whatever and stand behind us, well, you might not be able to, but we'll welcome you anyway. 803-0550.
Depending on the sign.
It just occurred to me, here's how football season's starting. I haven't texted him or called him about it, but Howard's got to pick the Bills soon. The pre-camp pick the Bills.
You want to cold call him?
I thought about it.
Just cold call him.
Maybe we'll just do that today. Give him time to wake up.
A little bit later.
Yeah.
Oh, a good text on this. Maybe should Josh Allen wearing a visor during practice be on the bingo board? He always wears like the dark visor that is not allowed in games.
That's right. The new helmet.
Just to look cool.
Will he wear the new helmet to camp number 1? They're having a new helmet. He does it at the blue and red scrimmage.
Do other teams do that with alternate helmets?
I don't know.
Will they wear them at practice?
You get a red jersey and throw on the second helmet.
Because it's like this is the helmet they wear during the season.
Yes.
So, do they do that to get used to the new helmet? That's a good question. I feel like they would. I feel like that you would want to get used to your other helmet that you're going to wear during the season. So why wouldn't you wear it during practice?
We're waiting for the Bills' new helmet, which a helmet comes out today. So we don't know what time yet. Maybe we get some information on that. There's been some reporting about that it won't be red. We don't know if that's true or not, but today we find out. The Bills enter a room that I feel like I've wanted them to be in. A lot of teams are having uniform fun in this rivalry series. It's a chance for the Bills to get involved, and a new helmet comes today. I don't know if it's related to the rivalries. I don't think it is, but if it is in fact white and gray, I'm going to start to think that it is. But we'll see. Who knows? Alex in Rochester. Hey, Alex, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy, Joe, thanks for having me.
Morning.
Wanted to touch on the Bills and Cook and Hard Knocks, and I had one tiny Sabres point. But first thing on Cook and the Bills, Mike and Bulldog yesterday were talking about Hard Knocks and how that might affect his negotiation strategies. And they were looking at it through the lens of, hey, if Cook really wants to make a statement here, he should hold out and get all the national viewers on Hard Knocks and fans potentially taking the team's side. And I think they were missing one point here is that, I'm pretty sure the Bills have either full or a lot of editorial control on Hard Knocks. Mm-hmm. And Ray Davis is a guy waiting in the wings. Ray Davis is a guy that's perfect for that show. just based on his background and his story. So I actually think that Cook holding out that strategy might not work. I think it's better for him to come to camp. But just like your thoughts on that. And then one small thing on Sabres embedded, that line that Yarmo had about painting, it's easier to
tame a tiger than to paint stripes on a pussycat is what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not. Not at all. Are you kidding? If you had the chance, wouldn't you rather put stripes on a pussycat than tame a tiger? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Alex. We'll get to that. The Sabres embedded there in a minute. So on the Cook thing, I did hear this conversation, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog asking Sal about the potential for a hold-in, and would Hard Knocks be a spot where maybe Cook sees, and his agent would see an opportunity. Hey, we can steal a headline. We can make a point here. If he were to sit out 2 practices, hold in for 2 practices, he can kind of let the NFL world know, put the Bills on notice, and then just go practice. But the story would get out there. He wants a contract.
Yeah.
You could do that, I suppose. You never know what an agent's tack is going to be or what the strategy will be. The fact that he showed up to mandatory minicamp, he said, I don't want to get fined, and that makes sense.
Right.
Now he shows up. Could we have a hold-in scenario tomorrow? I guess we could.
I don't think there's any chance of a holdout.
No.
I mean, he's not going to want that with the fines anyway.
No. But a hold-in would just be he's here and he's not taking part in team drills.
The fact, though, that he did things at minicamp, like, I guess he could hold in. I still am so weirded out by what that would look like on the field. He's going to stand off to the side in sweats. Like, I guess on this team, it just feels different, maybe for that than on other teams, but it happens on other teams, and everybody gets along fine after. Jamar Chase skipped 3 weeks of training camp last week, didn't he? He just stood on the side, didn't do anything, and then what happened when the season started? Everybody was fine. Got along great. So I guess he could do that, and everybody would be okay, but I think I'd be surprised. I think I'd be surprised if he wasn't just on the field doing things tomorrow without a contract.
And to the point about Ray Davis and his story, he's a great story. The Bills, though, they're very good, obviously, at the culture they've created, the family, family finger quotes there. But don't forget, great for Hard Knocks and great for the room and great for that is all well and good until it comes time to pay a guy. And if he's worth more than he's not worth his whatever. If the player thinks he's worth a lot more than the Bills do, or they're not willing to go to a certain number on a contract, then the player that is the great story and the player that is perfect for the room goes somewhere else.
Right.
We'll always have the best example of this will be Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis will always be the answer to this question. They love this guy. Could they let him leave? They let Gabe walk because they thought he wasn't good enough to get the salary he was going to get on the open market. Gabe got it, didn't last, and is still looking for a team now.
He's not on a team.
He's not on a team.
You could have him for free, basically.
And you wonder if there's an injury to somebody in training camp, are they going to call Gabe Davis? It wouldn't stun me.
If he's not, if he hasn't signed anywhere.
Right now, I don't think he could make this team, but he was their Iron Bill, right? The guy that won all the awards for working out in the offseason, everything about the culture. He's a captain. He's amazing for all that stuff. And then it got to, well, do you want to give him $13 million a year? No, we don't want to do that. So,
which ended up looking very much like the right decision.
Sure.
He has 200. He had 200 yards last year for Jacksonville, and right now he's not on a team.
Right.
I kind of would be surprised if he's not on one by the start of the season, but maybe.
We're going on, okay, if you want to go 2 years in a row now, we're going on 2 years in a row where a prominently featured Bills receiver is not on a team by the next year.
Right.
Amari Cooper right now is not on a team.
Yeah.
You could say that not signing Gabe was the right move, and that's probably, there's no doubt about that. If they had signed him, that would have been a mistake. But, why do we always talk about receiver? Because it was pretty clear they probably needed somebody additionally while Davis was still here.
Right.
And they didn't really do that outside of Trent Sherfield and Deontay Hardy. But to get back to the initial point, it's they love a guy. They'll love loving a guy. Mm-hmm. They'll love Connor McGovern, and they'll love Osiris Torrance, and it's time to pay those two, and the salary cap's real, and it comes down to, who gets paid. Is Cedric Van Pran Granger look like he's ready for that job? Because if he is, then Connor McGovern is going to go get a big contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or if they pay McGovern, are they going to say sorry to Osiris Torrance because we can't pay everybody on the offensive line?
Yeah. You know what is interesting, though? There is one guy that is able to withstand all of that while only being pretty good.
I know who that is.
It's Knox.
Yeah.
Knox is not
too important. He's too important, and he has never had to.
Yeah. But he's also not a great player.
No,
like we're talking about with Davis or like any of these other guys.
Right.
But
like if he went somewhere else, what kind of numbers would he put up? It might not look much different than what happened with Gabe, where the production goes down. He plays a ton. They value him. They extended him really early, and it was quick. It's like, boom, here's a contract. And since extending him, they've just been restructuring it and moving it and moving it and extending it, right? Like
since extending him, he has 497 yards.
For how much a year? $14 million a year?
In 2 seasons on this new contract. Yeah, for whatever. It's like, at the time, he was like one of the top 10 highest paid tight ends in football. I don't think that's still true, but he's close.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like,
that's more than Kincaid in 2 years.
His role is more about all this stuff that you're like, not Iron Bill like Gabe Davis, but it's the locker room and it's the relationship with Josh, and it is like what he does for others more. And does he block? Right, like he does that, right?
Yeah.
Like he's important to the run game because he's doing some of the dirty work that Kincaid's not going to do. So there's more than just what's his role in the pass game. But he got paid after the big year in the pass game. That's what got him paid. And then it's not there anymore. But really, especially when you already have one guy like that on your books that is giving you all that stuff that you love, and he's a leader. But he's only pretty good. Like you can't just pay all of those guys,
right?
Which is why you can't keep Gabe Davis at $13 million when you're already paying Dawson Knox whatever you're paying him. What is the number? 8, 9, 10 on Knox. If Knox wasn't under contract and they had paid Gabe Davis and he caught 600 yards last year, you might feel like that's more okay. And Cook, I don't know where Cook falls into on that though, because Cook is not. I think he's better in these areas than he was as a rookie, but he's not seen as like the leader in that room. Or like he's one of their veteran presences, but I wouldn't say that anyone talks about him on the same level that like Allen or Knox is.
One of the things that happened to Dawson Knox, of course, was drafting Dalton Kincaid. And Kincaid talked about this in the Tyler Dunn piece where he spoke with Tyler Dunn at golongtd.com saying that Knox had been such a great friend and mentor and teammate and colleague. And sometimes if you get drafted, you're taking snaps away or catches away from a guy, it can get tense, but it didn't. That's really what happened to Dawson Knox's career was they draft Kincaid and they have a different tight end that they kind of want to throw to. I mean, I thought Knox was perfectly fine in his productivity.
Yeah.
Still, like you might be right about being overpaid. It's a 3-year deal worth about $10 million per year. His cap hit this year is 14.5.
Yeah, like that's
monster.
Not great.
That's a monster cap hit. And at the end of this season, there's an out. If they were to move on from Dawson Knox at the end of this year, they would save about $11 million in cap. That's a big number. But wouldn't you just guess that they restructure and keep him again?
They will absolutely extend
him.
They'll extend him and spread it out.
Yeah, I think he'll just keep on. He's got 2 void years at the end of this thing already that they would have put on somewhere along the way in a restructure. And, yeah.
Yeah, it's more for him than just the yards. But, again, I don't know.
We got to all this on James Cook and Ray Davis.
But because really, like, I think part of it is how many guys do I want to pay that are pretty good?
Which is a model that the Bills... Did you see who did it? Steven Ruiz, the Ringer. Who did the roster rankings yesterday? I think it might have been Steven Ruiz. Top rosters in the NFL.
Oh, there also was the collaborative, the guys at ESPN did it, like Aaron Schatz and Seth Walder and Mike Clay.
That might have been the one.
Yeah.
And the Bills come in with a top 5 roster.
Number 4.
And it is an interesting little experiment here in what the Bills have done, which is, keep your good players. Yeah. Not great players. Not to say they haven't kept great players. They've done that too. But they have a lot of middle-tier contract guys. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking about Rousseau for this too. Like, he's not your TJ Watt. He's good. Keep him. Mm-hmm. And there are a couple schools of thoughts on this. There are some teams, I think the Niners are the best example of this. The Niners are going to pay great players, and anybody else might get moved on from, and they're going to just backload with picks. Meanwhile, the Bills have a lot of salaries, like Knox with a 14.5 cap hit, and Shakir and Palmer and Samuel. Like, the Bills really do have a lot of money invested in these weapons because it feels like they are almost buying floor over ceiling, right? They want guys they trust, guys they think are good enough, and in a lot of ways they've been right about that in the way that they've built their roster. Because here they have a top 5 roster, and yet if you look at all of the rankings of the top players and Pro Bowlers and all this, they don't come in the top 5 in that department. Other teams have more players maybe near the top, but the Bills are consistently mentioned as like a top 5 roster because of the way they built it. So for better or for worse, it's kind of like a balanced build.
Yeah, because what's interesting is if you look at right now, you look at the Bills' top, let's say 8 cap hits on the year this year, and who are they and what their roles are on the team. Like, okay, so Allen's number 1, and obviously that's Josh Allen. Number 2 is Deion Dawkins.
Great.
That fits.
Great player.
That fits.
Yep.
Number 3 is Dawson Knox. He's the 3rd highest cap hit.
Yeah.
Not the 3rd most important player. Matt Milano is number 4. Ed Oliver is number 5. Daquan Jones is number 6. Connor McGovern, Curtis Samuel. Those are your next 2 after that. Like in your top 8, I got 4 or 5 guys that are being paid that aren't really critical. Like right now, that would be Jones for that. Sure. That would be Knox for that. That would be Samuel for sure on that front. Like these guys are, they're not going to play, but they are not like they're not critical to what's going on.
And cap hit might be a little bit loose on that because
that can be where you are in your contract.
Right, because Knox's AAV was less than 10, but the cap is 14 because they've moved it.
And Daquan Jones is higher because he's at the end of his contract.
Right.
It was lower at the beginning.
Yeah. And
last year, Daquan Jones was 2.8 on their cap, and this year it's 9.4.
Yeah. And isn't this kind of a point, as you list those out, that's why they wanted to supplement these last 2 drafts with a lot of picks and a lot of young players? Like, time to turn the roster over, get younger, which they've done.
Right, in a couple of years, that'll be, like, we'll see how these free agents do. Michael Hoyt, in a couple of years, is going to be one of their highest cap hits. And so will Josh Palmer, right? Those guys right now are low because they're only into year 1. So that's part of the Knox conversation, though, is you want to keep him around? Because next year, I can't imagine you're going to want to keep him around at $17 million on your books. You'll either want to move on from that, or more likely you'll want to spread that out and do like another 3-year deal and make him a player that's going to be on the Bills for his whole career.
803-0550. A Rasul Douglas sighting. Have you seen the team that might bring him in?
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that next. We'll mention that for you. And Sal coming up 8 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe, Bills report to camp today. First practice is tomorrow. So happy football season. We are getting started. 26 of the 32 teams report today. Already had 2 in. A couple more coming with the, I think it's the Falcons and the Steelers that are the last. 28 of 32 report today. Yeah, camp has arrived. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. That Rasul Douglas note where he might land coming up in a moment. No Bill made the top 10. So as Dan Parta's NFL.com, the top candidates for Defensive Rookie of the Year,
that would be one I would click on, though.
Yeah, me too. I did. I did. I wanted to see, is Max Hairston going to make that top 10? He did not. Again, it's one last day of ranking season. We probably have a little bit more ranking season after today. But
I mean, the top 100 is going until October 8th.
That's true. And nobody knows it's happening because they're doing it 2 at a time. But yeah, not a blip on the offensive side, because this draft was about, adding in those defensive pieces.
I mean, what would it be for any of their defenders to win Rookie of the Year?
Hairston, I think,
he'd have to pile up interceptions.
Yep.
Usually that's how Jarris Bird didn't even win it, right? Jarris Bird came in second.
He did.
In Rookie of the Year, and what did he have? 7 interceptions? He had a crazy first year, and he didn't win it.
Do you know who won it last year?
Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
Jared Verse.
Yes. The year before? Will Anderson.
Okay.
Sauce Gardner, Micah Parsons, Chase Young. One thing about this list.
Pass rushers.
it's a lot of pass rushers, but the one thing that it is, you don't find a lot of flash-in-the-pan guys. I guess Chase Young did not hold up. It was the way he did.
Guys that were picked like really early.
Guys picked high. That I mean, if you want to go, it's not all pass rushers, but how many corners have won Defensive Rookie of the Year?
You mentioned Gardner.
I've got, since 2000, I've got 3.
Okay.
It's Gardner, Marshawn Lattimore, Marcus Peters. That's it. Since 2000.
Right.
And going back even further, the 4 defensive backs ago, Rookie of the Year, is Charles Woodson. That's a long time ago. So
would you think like Landon Jackson or TJ Sanders is more likely if they go out and get like, hey, he surprised everyone and had 14 sacks this year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think
he's in the running.
They have 2 guys in Hairston and Sanders that are whatever. We will expect big things from them. Can they land on the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation? Let's hope so. So on the Cook thing, I did hear this conversation, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, asking Sal about the potential for a hold-in, and would Hard Knocks be a spot where maybe Cook sees, and his agent would see an opportunity. Hey, we can steal a headline. We can make a point here. If he were to sit out 2 practices, hold in for 2 practices, he can kind of let the NFL world know, put the Bills on notice, and then just go practice. But the story would get out there, he wants a contract.
Yeah.
You could do that, I suppose. You never know what an agent's tack is going to be or what the strategy will be. The fact that he showed up to mandatory minicamp, he said, I don't want to get fined, and that makes sense.
Right.
Now he shows up. Could we have a hold-in scenario tomorrow? I guess we could.
I don't think there's any chance of a holdout.
No.
I mean, he's not going to want that with the fines anyway.
No. But a hold-in would just be he's here and he's not taking part in team drills.
The fact, though, that he did things at minicamp, like, I guess he could hold in. I still am so weirded out by what that would look like on the field. He's going to stand off to the side in sweats. Like, I guess on this team it just feels different, maybe for that than on other teams, but it happens on other teams, and everybody gets along fine after. Jamar Chase skipped 3 weeks of training camp last week, didn't he? He just stood on the side, didn't do anything, and then what happened when the season started? Everybody was fine. Got along great. So I guess he could do that, and everybody would be okay, but I think I'd be surprised. I think I'd be surprised if he wasn't just on the field doing things tomorrow without a contract. Training camp opens tomorrow for the Buffalo Bills at St. John Fisher. Camp's opening today around the league, 26 teams. Commanders reporter Henry McKenna reporting that the Commanders have not talked to Terry McLaurin about a contract in multiple weeks, and that McLaurin is deciding now between a holdout, hold-in, or seeking a trade, but he will pursue at least one of those. Bengals owner Mike Brown said yesterday the team has no intention of trading star pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. Nyheim Hines back in the NFL. He signs with the LA Chargers, has not played in the league since his jet ski accident while he was with the Bills. Chris Godwin not starting camp with the Buccaneers, coming back from a dislocated ankle that knocked him out for last season. And Will Levis in Tennessee out for the year with right shoulder surgery. He was in line to back up Cam Ward.
I'm supposed to just believe Will Levis casually got a shoulder injury. What happened? Was he diving in minicamp?
You think it was just best for everybody?
Was he leaping over a tall building? What was he doing?
I mean, it was his right shoulder.
He had to be doing something insane. That's Will Levis's style.
That is true.
I want to know what he was doing.
It had to be interesting.
Right.
He was swinging from a rope into a river.
Oh, that is fun to do.
Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Shop online at northtownkia.com for the all-new Kia K4 Sportage Telluride and EV9.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money. The other thing I would say is contracts are 4 or 5 years. There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car. Seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have.
Yeah, all right, dude. Jerry Jones.
Someone has got to take the wheel from him, right?
Listen,
someone's got to take the wheel from this guy.
You can get insurance on these contracts. A lot of teams
do.
Yes, right.
Forgot about that from last year. Teams get cap space from doing that.
Yes, that's right.
He's 82 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. He's the owner. What are you going to do? Is his son going to do it? Like, this guy should not still be running an NFL franchise, right? Not like with player personnel. I'm not saying he can't be the owner.
Arguably, maybe should not have ever been doing that, but it's his team.
Like, why are you taking shots at your top players?
It's very odd.
I saw Parsons yesterday. Didn't he tweet something?
J.J. Watt tweeted something, and Parsons retweeted it.
Yeah, that's what happened. And J.J. Watt tweeted, anytime you could publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you got to take it.
Yeah.
And then Parsons retweeted that. Jeez.
I mean, that point that Jerry Jones makes right there is like a bad phone call to a sports radio station. Guys, he could get hit by a car. And, all right. Thanks for the call, Jerry. Okay. Rasul Douglas is garnering interest from the Dolphins. Okay.
I saw last week Mina Kimes said they have the worst secondary in the NFL. So
how's that going to pan out for them?
They could use somebody. Was he so bad last year? He was bad in the Ram game, right? He got bodied by Puka Nacua a couple of times. He did not do what he did the year before. I mean, Aaron Schatz, I remember talking to after last season, after the 2023 season, saying that Douglas was like the best corner in football in the second half of the year, or one of them.
One thing about
the Bills traded for him.
Douglas that's really interesting about his timeline. When they traded for him, he made a bunch of plays.
Yeah, he was great.
He had 4 interceptions 2 years ago. Last year, the year the Bills' defense got all their takeaways, he did not have a single interception.
That's wild.
So he's supposed to be this guy.
Or forced fumble. No, he had one.
One forced fumble?
One
okay.
forced fumble.
So he's a guy that kind of got away with maybe not being the most athletic at this point in his career because he was smart and he knew what to do and he could make big plays for you. And last year he did not make big plays really, while the rest of the defense did. So anyway, he might get a spot in Miami. That's the chatter.
And Elam gets remembered for getting torched by the Chiefs in that playoff game, but I don't know. No one needs to do this. No one's going to want to do this, so I'll do it for you. Douglas got torched in that game too. If you were to go back and watch that game, you would notice, like, oh, yeah, Elam's getting lit up, but that guy was getting lit up almost as often. And he was supposed to be out there. Maybe he had tougher matchups because Benford wasn't out there. Maybe they left him on an island because they felt like they had to protect Elam. I don't know. But he did not play well in that Chief playoff game. He looked old, and they wanted to run man coverage, and he could not cover guys in man coverage. So I don't think he was terrible. He's probably a corner you have to protect at this point. He also wouldn't make me think the Dolphins, if Mina Kimes thinks they have the worst secondary in the league and they sign Rasul Douglas, I'm not sure I should really think they're much better.
Yeah. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Toby in Buffalo. Hey, Toby.
Hey, first thing about the bingo card, is it a phrase that's going to involve food, like the buffet's still open, or get a ticket to the cookout or something? Is that going to be our catchphrase related to food on the bingo card?
You mean about James Cook we're talking?
No. Like everyone eats, and then they're going to just, push it into the future. The phrase is going to involve food.
I see. I think they're sticking with everybody eats though, because Josh Allen has a hat.
He did wear a hat.
He has a hat that says everybody eats. I think that is just their slogan from now on.
The other part about James Cook is, is any of this going to affect into his contract, affect into either the personnel groupings, the play calling, or him making a financial decision according to, like, maybe not jumping over the pile or running out of bounds at the 2? I mean, do you think any of that's going to come into play during the season? Because that's my concern as well.
No way. Not at all. I don't worry about James Cook doing that at all. I mean, he wants to get paid. No, I think he's – I think he'll be fine.
I think he's also already somebody that if he's near out of bounds, does duck out of bounds, because a lot of running backs do that now. Right?
Yeah, it's a smart thing to do.
If it's the difference of 1 yard, these guys don't want to take the extra lick and risk not being out there for the most important games. So, no, I wouldn't really be worried about it, personally.
Thanks, Toby, for the phone call.
By the way, I did look. So, in that Chief Conference Championship game, how Bills corners did, again, a lot of man coverage. Mm-hmm. And so Kyer Elam targeted, this is by Pro Football Focus, maybe there's one where he was near and they didn't credit him, whatever, so take it with a grain of salt.
There's going to be a problem with the nearest defender when targeted, because there's that one play where Elam is the guy that's targeted, but he's 30 yards away because he fell.
So, like, that one maybe doesn't count then?
What do you do on that one?
Because they have him as being targeted 3 times in that game and giving up all 3 catches for 36 yards.
Okay.
Do we feel like that there was the one play in there was more than that?
Mm-hmm.
Douglas let up 3 for 60 in that game. So,
tough.
Again, maybe there's one Elam catch that's not on there, but the Bills did not have the coverage in that game at all from anybody. Hamlin too, by the way. A lot of numbers on here.
Sal joining us at the top of the hour. Let us see the helmet, Bills.
I pulled up some, if you want to go real throwback like the Steelers did, there's a bunch of 40s and 20s and 30s, old Buffalo, Bisons, Bills, All-American stuff, if you want to go that far back. There's one that looks like, so we talked earlier about the Bills in 1960 wore a silver helmet with numbers on it, and it kind of looks like the Lions a little bit. They also wore, I guess in the 1920s, they wore black and orange. Would that be too much of a shock, though, to the system?
Look like traffic cones?
They kind of look like
black and orange.
They kind of look like Halloween themed, if you will. Would be too much of a shock to it. I mean, the Steelers' colors are at least the same when they go back to the 30s. Although, do you remember the Eagles wore blue and yellow throwbacks? They wore jerseys that they had worn like 100 years ago, and they were like blue and yellow, like totally different color scheme than to what they wear right now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. They had that Delaware, Michigan helmet to them, too.
Yeah.
They're pretty rough.
Oh, yeah. Like, I don't think Eagle fans liked them.
No, they were pretty rough.
At all. Like, really light blue and really golden yellow. Yeah, like I got Donovan McNabb wearing one of these things, and it's like
the
it's
Packers
disgusting.
wear a dark blue and yellow once too. Who is it? The Lions. Somebody has a really.
The Packers have a navy throwback.
Yeah.
How come they've worn?
Now that we've kind of got onto this today, it's kind of wild that the Bills have never gone back to a '60s uniform for a one-off or something.
But they do, like, that is the standing buffalo.
But that's
right.
Not,
like the standing buffalo is 61 to 72 or something.
Sure, the one before that,
the one they wore in 60.
Maybe you wore it for 1 year, but I mean,
right. That's probably why, right? The reason is that you only wore it for 1 year.
I don't know. The standing buffalo uniform, the helmet is the star. The uniform itself is just a different shade of blue.
And the stripes are a little bit different, I think. But right, otherwise, it's not like totally. That's why the red helmet would make sense, because that 90s throwback look, that's a different shade of blue. That's like one big solid white stripe versus like a bunch of little ones, which is your 60s one. Like it looks different than your 60s jerseys by a lot. And obviously the red helmet is the huge difference.
Do you know I watched a random Bills drive? Because in years like these years, we forget so many games. And it came up on my feed, I don't know where, like one of my social, the Bills game-winning drive against the Dolphins last year in Buffalo. What do you remember about that game? Bills-Dolphins, you might remember Poyer hurts Keon Coleman, gets blasted with a 15-yard penalty, right?
I think I remember that also wins them the game, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So it came up on my feed, like, watch the Dolphins and Bills go late. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm going to sit down and watch 5 minutes of this.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dolphins, sure enough, they go 11 plays, 81 yards. This game ended up being kind of a shootout in the second half.
Yeah.
Because
that's the game with the long Ray Davis touchdown, right?
Yeah.
Like a 60, 70-yard Ray Davis touchdown.
Yeah, the score, Miami takes a 13-12 lead. And then the game goes like this. Touchdown, 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 field goal to end it.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
The Bills, who were amazing last year, the Dolphins, who were trash, kind of.
How many games did they win last year? 8? They weren't great.
They weren't trash, but
they weren't great.
They were far, far behind.
Yeah.
So anyway, here's Miami, 11 plays, 81 yards. And then the drive to win it for the Bills. This is ultimate, scoreboard. Who cares? You won the game drive. But after it, it's just kind of wild. I'm watching every one of these plays. And it was Allen gets sacked on the first play of the drive, which is kind of wild. Incomplete short left. Neutral zone infraction. Penalty on Poyer. It was 3rd and 9 at the Bills' own 31.
On the penalty?
Yeah. Wow. That put the Bills at the 46. And do you know how many plays it took the Bills to go?
They don't kick the field goal right after?
No.
The penalty?
They're at
their
own 46 with 46 seconds left, and they proceed to go like 9 more plays and get 11 yards.
Wow. Because I remember Allen missing Kincaid wide open at like the 20. But I don't remember. I guess I thought that was before the penalty. Maybe it was after.
That's 3rd and 10. They kick on the next play.
Okay.
But they go to 7-2, 4-0 at home. But man, like this offense definitely started to get better and better and better and towards the play. But it had its moments where it was just looking like it was on a 5-yard leash, and that was one of them. 1st and 10 at their own 46 seconds to go. They go 11 yards.
Yeah.
And had to kick from 60. But good for Bass because he needed that one. So anyway.
I still think if he misses that kick, there's a chance he's not on the team at the end of the season. Remember we were talking about kicker at the trade deadline? He was bad before that kick. In fact, I think he missed an extra point in that game. And that was leading into the trade deadline. And then he kicked a 61-yard game-winning field goal. It's like, okay, well, he's on the team. You're not trading for a kicker right after he does that. That kick solidified it, if it was even a question in the first place.
I don't know if he missed it. Yeah, he did miss the extra point. The Bills score on a 4th and 1 from Miami 1, and Bass misses the extra point.
I remember him missing that extra point because maybe I was with Nate. I leaned over and said to whoever, that's it. Like, he's not making the team. Or they're trading for a kicker this week. And then an hour later, he made the 61-yard field goal.
Right. And they did bring him in for workouts, but Yeah.
Right. There was another guy on the roster at that point, or on the practice squad.
803-0550, Sal coming up top of the hour. We'll take a look at the defense storyline at every position. He's got a piece up at WGR550.com. We are going to be at training camp tomorrow, live from St. John Fisher. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. So on the Cook thing, I did hear this conversation, Mike Chopin, the Bulldog, asking Sal about the potential for a hold-in, and would Hard Knocks be a spot where maybe Cook sees, and his agent would see an opportunity. Hey, we can steal a headline. We can make a point here. If he were to sit out 2 practices, hold in for 2 practices, he can kind of let the NFL world know, put the Bills on notice, and then just go practice. But the story would get out there. He wants a contract.
Yeah.
You could do that, I suppose. You never know what an agent's tack is going to be or what the strategy will be. The fact that he showed up to mandatory minicamp, he said, I don't want to get fined, and that makes sense.
Right.
Now he shows up. Could we have a hold-in scenario tomorrow? I guess we could.
I don't think there's any chance of a holdout.
No.
I mean, he's not going to want that with the fines anyway.
No. But a hold-in would just be he's here and he's not taking part in team drills.
The fact, though, that he did things at minicamp, like, I guess he could hold in. I still am so, like, weirded out by what that would look like on the field. He's going to stand off to the side in sweats. Like, I guess on this team, it just feels different, maybe for that, than on other teams, but it happens on other teams, and everybody gets along fine after. Jamar Chase skipped, like, 3 weeks of training camp last week, didn't he? He just stood on the side, didn't do anything, and then what happened when the season started? Everybody was fine. Got along great. So I guess he could do that, and everybody would be okay, but I think I'd be surprised. I think I'd be surprised if he wasn't just on the field doing things tomorrow without a contract.
Exciting times. Exciting season, right? And today we get a helmet.
Today we get a helmet.
Which
means it's going to happen at 10:02 probably, right?
I'll go 9:57. That's just the most offensive time for us personally. That's usually when. Can we get a leak this morning? A leak of the helmet? The reporting yesterday on that, like rumors, rumblings, I heard from multiple people that it's not red. Now, is that a smokescreen? Because
I wondered that, because
if it's not red, you have some Bills fans that are going to be upset. Like, come on. We just want one thing. It's the final year at Highmark. A one-off red helmet would not be hard to just throw on your current uniform. Just wear red. That seems to be the elevator pitch, and it's not that tough to agree with. Like, fine, if the people want that, let them have that.
Right. I mean, at this point, I would almost even take the standing buffalo as an alternate helmet, because the helmet that was described yesterday was a white helmet with a silver buffalo.
Let's get to the full description. I've heard gray, white, silver, chrome, looking like it's snowing, cream. So I don't...
Something wintery themed. I think is kind of what all of that falls under.
Is it possible that what we get today is a helmet from the Rivalry series to tease those uniforms that are coming out later? And then the Bills, maybe the Rivalry series teams, the AFC East and the NFC West, are going to show up. That would be a good way to build buzz. Boom. Here are the 8 helmets of the Rivalry series. Ooh, what's that uniform going to look like? Hey, everybody. Sal Capaccio in a moment on training camp, which gets started tomorrow. Players report today. Maybe we get some guys walking in with giant bags, videos.
Yeah.
Gotta love those. Before we get to Sal, very quick thing, ask you guys what you think about this. So I played in a golf tournament yesterday.
Okay.
With my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, and cousin. And we play in this tournament every year. It's out at Moonbrook in Jamestown. And I think every year the same thing happens to me, which is I get there. At least I'm told this. And then I find out it's not a scramble. It's best ball. You're playing your own best ball, two-man best ball.
Okay.
What's your reaction getting to a tournament and finding out, actually, it's not a scramble. You're playing your own ball? More often than not, my reaction is, oh, sweet. Now I'm just playing golf.
Yeah.
Competitively, I get a score. It's a great course. I get a chance to play a course I don't normally play. Sometimes the scramble vibe is in there, and I want the scramble.
Yeah.
But then sometimes I'm excited that it's not one.
I get that. I would be let down a little bit because I wouldn't play a scramble nearly as often.
Right.
Sure, yes. On the majority of the time, I want to be playing my own ball. But if I'm going to a tournament that's going to be one of the 4 or 5 times a year I play a scramble and it's not one of those times, then because I do like the strategy in it.
Of a scramble?
Yeah.
It's also nice to have teammates, but, best ball, you're
teammates.
You're rooting for each other,
yeah,
but you're not teammates in the same way.
That's right. So I would prefer that it would be the scramble in a tournament like that.
How often have you played an alternate shot format?
I've still never done that.
Oh, let me tell you.
I've not done alternate shot.
That is something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you have a bad shot and you let not only yourself down, but someone else down, that's a terrible feeling. And a scramble, whatever, somebody else hit it. Alternate shot, that counts.
I need to find an alternate shot tournament this year. I need to make that happen.
Sal Capaccio coming up, other side. Camp preview number 2. Yesterday we did the offense. Today we'll do the defense. A storyline at each position, focusing in on the side of the ball that we'll be watching to see how it comes together. A lot of new pieces. Sal and the defense, next. So on the Cook thing, I did hear this conversation, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, asking Sal about the potential for a hold-in, and would Hard Knocks be a spot where maybe Cook sees, and his agent would see, an opportunity. Hey, we can steal a headline. We can make a point here. If he were to sit out 2 practices, hold in for 2 practices, he can kind of let the NFL world know, put the Bills on notice, and then just go practice. But the story would get out there. He wants a contract.
Yeah.
You could do that, I suppose. You never know what an agent's tack is going to be or what the strategy will be. The fact that he showed up to mandatory minicamp, he said, I don't want to get fined, and that makes sense.
Right.
Now he shows up. Could we have a hold-in scenario tomorrow? I guess we could.
I don't think there's any chance of a holdout.
No.
I mean, he's not going to want that with the fines anyway.
No. But a hold-in would just be he's here and he's not taking part in team drills.
The fact, though, that he did things at minicamp, I guess he could hold in. I still am so weirded out by what that would look like on the field. He's going to stand off to the side in sweats. I guess on this team, it just feels different. Maybe for that than on other teams, but it happens on other teams, and everybody gets along fine after. Jamar Chase skipped 3 weeks of training camp last week, didn't he? He just stood on the side, didn't do anything, and then what happened when the season started? Everybody was fine. Got along great. So I guess he could do that, and everybody would be okay, but I think I'd be surprised. I think I'd be surprised if he wasn't just on the field doing things tomorrow without a contract.
no Bill made the top 10. So as Dan Parta's NFL.com, the top candidates for defensive rookie of the year.
That would be one I would click on, though.
Yeah, me too. I did. I did. I wanted to see, is Max Hairston going to make that top 10? He did not. Again, it's one last day of ranking season. We probably have a little bit more ranking season after today. But
I mean, the top 100 is going until October 8th.
That's true. And nobody knows it's happening because they're doing it 2 at a time. But yeah, not a blip on the offensive side, because this draft was about, adding in those defensive pieces.
I mean, what would it be for any of their defenders to win Rookie of the Year?
Hairston, I think,
he'd have to pile up interceptions.
Yep.
Usually that's how it did. Jarris Bird didn't even win it, right? Jarris Bird came in second.
He did.
In Rookie of the Year, and what did he have? 7 interceptions? He had a crazy first year, and he didn't win it.
Do you know who won it last year?
Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
Jared Verse.
Yes. The year before? Will Anderson.
Okay.
Sauce Gardner, Micah Parsons, Chase Young. One thing about this list.
Pass rushers.
It's a lot of pass rushers, but the one thing that it is, you don't find a lot of flash-in-the-pan guys. I guess Chase Young did not hold up the way he did.
Guys that were picked really early.
Guys picked high. If you want to go, it's not all pass rushers, but how many corners have won defensive Rookie of the Year?
You mentioned Gardner.
I've got, since 2000, I've got 3.
Okay.
It's Gardner, Marshawn Lattimore, Marcus Peters. That's it. Since 2000.
Right.
And going back even further, the 4 defensive backs ago, Rookie of the Year, is Charles Woodson. That's a long time ago. So
would you think Landon Jackson or TJ Sanders is more likely if they go out and get hey, he surprised everyone and had 14 sacks this year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think
he's in the running.
They have 2 guys in Hairston and Sanders that are, whatever. We will expect big things from them. Can they land on the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation? Let's hope so.
Training camps opening around the league. 26 teams today. Bills will be on the practice field tomorrow. Players report today. Around the NFL, Trey Hendrickson, star pass rusher of the Bengals, is not reporting to Bengals camp. He posted on Instagram this morning in Florida, so he will not be on the field for Cincinnati today. It's a day after the owner expressed optimism about a deal getting done. Hendrickson is not in Cincinnati. Terry McLaurin potentially going to hold out in Washington. There's a report that the Commanders have not engaged in contract talks in weeks with McLaurin, who's very frustrated by that and is currently deciding between a holdout, a hold-in, or seeking a trade, but he will pursue at least one of those. Elsewhere around the league, Will Levis out for the season in Tennessee. He has right shoulder surgery. He was in line to be the backup behind Cam Ward. Chris Godwin will not be on the field to start camp, coming back from a dislocated ankle in Tampa. Stephon Diggs is ready to go for training camp in New England. He is well less than 12 months from tearing his ACL, but is ready to go at the start of Patriots training camp, cleared for full participation. And Nyheim Hines is back in the NFL, has not played since being with the Bills. He had that jet ski accident in the 2023 offseason. He signed yesterday with the LA Chargers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of the start of Bills training camp, which will be tomorrow. He's got a piece up on our website, 2 articles up on our website, about the biggest storyline on each position. And we did the offense yesterday. Now we're going to talk about the defense. Sal, good morning. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday and happy last day before training camp.
Yeah, you too, guys. All gets going tomorrow. So got a lot of it's like going on vacation. I'm like, wait, what do I got to pack? What do I got to buy? Do I have all my toiletries? Do I have everything? You know what I mean? What shirts am I wearing for the week? All that kind of stuff.
Well, it's a big change, right? Like, it's another start of the season, and this time of year, I mean, it's going to be hot, Sal. So, you know, one of the jokes is that summer ends when camp begins, but summer's about to really ramp up tomorrow to the 90s in Rochester.
I mean, and so it's different today. Got up this morning, it was 55 degrees.
Yeah, chilly.
I got up. Right? I mean, yeah, and then you guys know, we've been out there long enough years, that after like a week or so, you're like, oh, there's a bit of a chill in the Pittsburgh air, right? Mm-hmm. You start to feel that a little bit in the morning.
Yeah. The first time we get that chill in the air and like there's people on the field playing football, that's the moment for me where it's like, okay, football's back.
Yeah. As we talk about the chill, football season really begins when we get to training camp, and it's like you said, week 2, day 4, day 5 of camp, and Joe is freezing at camp because he wore shorts and a t-shirt. Every year, he's like,
but I'm like happy. I'm like, I'm shivering, but I'm also smiling at the same time. Like, football's back.
You got to bring a quarter zip if you're going to be there early in the morning.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
bring the quarter zip.
All right, Sal. So WGR550.com, a storyline for each defensive position at Bills training camp. We'll start with defensive end, and I would agree with you. Like it's a 5-word sentence that opens things up. How healthy is Joey Bosa? We're going to find out a little bit more on him tomorrow, right? Because if the Bills have any issues, or they're going to do maintenance days, or bringing guys along slowly, is the pup conversation different as of tomorrow based on what happened with Landon Jackson? How does that all work to decide if anybody might be dealing with something?
Yeah, so today they'll report today. They'll do their testing, usually the way it works now. I don't have the Bills' internal, memos and schedule, but the way it generally works is when they report on Tuesday, they'll go through their physicals. That's today. They'll go through their conditioning tests. If there's anything going on with anybody that they can't practice, they'll be put on the PUP list. That could happen later today. That could happen tomorrow morning before practice. PUP list basically says physically unable to perform. They're still on the 90-man roster, and they just can't practice until they're released from that list. And the reason they do that, and the reason why a guy will be put on the PUP list, people go, what's the difference? He counts on the roster anyway. Well, let's just say that something completely holds that person back for all of training camp. They can then transition to the PUP list in the regular season and miss 4 games without going on IR. That's the reason for the PUP list. You can't go on a PUP list in the regular season. You can be transferred to it in the regular season. Now, that being said, generally every year there's a player or two that go on the PUP list that we're not expecting. And it happens around the league. I used the example the other day, Mac Hollins. It happened to him with the Patriots. He's on their PUP list. Who would have thought, right? Who would have known? You know who isn't for them? Stephon Diggs. So you never know who's going to be and who's not going to be. And even though Diggs is recovering from his ACL over in New England. So for Joey Bosa, he did not practice all of OTAs or minicamp. We think he's going to be ready based on what the Bills told us. But would you be stunned if you heard tomorrow or tonight that Joey Bosa was on the PUP list? I don't think anybody would be. I'm not predicting it. I think he'll be ready to go. But if he is, that means he's not ready to practice yet.
Yeah. And I feel like, Sal, if he were to be on that, you'd have Bills fans, I don't know, nervous already that he's not ready. It's just I feel like that's the nature of how this is going to go with Bosa, waiting to see how it goes. On one hand, fine, be healthy later. On the other hand, just be healthy.
I agree. And, there's two things when Joey Bosa landed on the not able to perform in, minicamp and OTAs list that, Sean McDermott gave and said he's not going to play. There's two things, two reactions from Bills fans, and neither are incorrect. They're both right. First reaction from many fans is, Joey Bosa, he's been hurt a lot in his career. Here we go again. I totally get it. Second one is, who cares? Put him in bubble wrap until the playoffs, right? Mm-hmm. So, I think you can get both sides of that. Now, I think what is different here is what does happen with Landon Jackson. He is on the PUP list right now because rookies reported last week and did a lot of their testing and conditioning. Now, as you guys mentioned, he mentioned over the weekend that he's going to be, good to go when he did an interview with Trainwreck Sports over at MafiaCon. So we'll see. He has to be taken off that PUP list to be able to. You can't practice if you're still on it. But think about it. That's Landon Jackson, defensive end. Joey Bosa. You also have Michael Hoyt has his 6-game suspension to start the year, but he can practice. Mm-hmm. So it is a position where health is going to be something we're monitoring early on here.
So with Hoyt and Ogunjobi on those suspensions, Sal, they can practice all throughout training camp. What's the day they have to step away? And they can't practice during the season during the suspension, right? They have to be away from the team?
Right. That is correct. So they can do everything everybody else can do until the 53-man roster is set. They can participate in every preseason game. There's no difference in any of their status until the 53-man roster is set. The day the 53-man roster is set, they do not have to make the roster. They will go on a separate list. They will be on a reserve/suspended list. So they don't have to make the 53 and then go on that list. It's automatically transitions. So the Bills essentially will be able to keep 55 players, counting those two. When that happens, they will not be able to be around the team for 4 weeks, and then after 4 weeks, they can come back and start practicing for 2 weeks, and then they can play in a game 6 weeks later.
Is that changed?
Actually, the Bills have a bye that 6 week, so for them it'll be the week number 7.
Is that changed where they kind of have made it so players can return and start to come back and practice rather than just come in cold? Is that recent?
No, I don't. I don't know, Jeremy, when it changed, if it did at all. But I know since I've been kind of tracking this stuff that players can come back in and practice a little bit before getting back on the field. Like maybe 2 weeks before, maybe a week maybe a week before. But maybe there was a change there. There is a difference though too, and I think this is still the case. But I do know from years past, if you're suspended due to what they're suspended for, which is PED. Or let's say it's a behavioral suspension, something like disciplined by the league, you're not allowed to be around the team. In years past in the league, interestingly enough, if you're suspended because of substance abuse, you are allowed to be around the team because the team has options for people to go for treatment available and things like that. So there is a difference for different guys and different suspensions and what their rules are.
Yeah, this could be unique, Sal, in how they a lot practice time and reps, because when those guys go away, there's going to be young players that are going to get an opportunity, and really an opportunity maybe to stay on the roster, right? Like, I don't want to just assume everybody would be healthy because it's unlikely, but if everybody was healthy when Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi eventually come back, I mean, that's a pretty crowded both defensive end and defensive tackle room. I mean, that would be 6 at each, maybe even more than that. If you're including your Landon Jackson, obviously third-round pick, and Deion Walker and Javon Solomon. So I wonder what they'll do with practice time, because those guys are probably on the field at the beginning of the year.
It's a really good question. It's a good segue, too, Joe, into what I wrote about defensive tackle for the storyline, which is, are those young guys ready to step up? They may need to be right away. We're talking T.J. Sanders and Deion Walker specifically because of Ogunjobi's suspension. But you're right. I mean, right now, if you look at the roster, the 90-man, I think there's a legit 6 defensive ends and 6 defensive tackles that you say, okay, these guys are on the team. But you're not keeping 12 defensive linemen. But because of the 2 suspensions, you can easily get to, 5 defensive tackles to 5 defensive ends. These are the guys they're keeping. Now we're counting Landon Jackson. We're counting Deion Walker and TJ Sanders and Javon Solomon. But what do the reps look like? I agree with you. You know, you can play this 2 ways if you're the Bills. Hoyt and Ogunjobi can really eat up the reps because they're going to need to get some reps in before they step away for 4 weeks and then come back and start practicing again. Or you could look at the other way and say, look, those guys aren't going to be around. We need these young guys to get the reps. But are we using too many reps in preseason for them if they're going to have to play with us? I think there'd be a little bit of a needle to thread here for the Bills.
We'll talk a lot about the draft pick, Sal. I once in a while I see someone talking about Solomon. A couple weeks ago it was Sam Monson. I forget what their list they were doing, like their favorite under the radar player for each team or whatever. Like he comes up a lot as a guy that was in a 5th round pick and didn't play a ton last year. How much hype or talk is really deserved, do you think, around him? Like, how much potential would you see in him being a guy that sticks on the roster once the suspended guys return?
You know, until the Bills made a bunch of more additions during offseason at free agency and the draft, and now, of course, we know suspensions too. I was doing the same thing with Javon Solomon. I was saying, look, I mean, this is a guy I think that really could maybe be a guy we're not talking about that's going to help this team a lot. Because I really liked his game last year when he was on the field. Now, especially situations, it wasn't a full rotation. You know, you don't get this big of a sample size. But I thought that he flashed at times. And look, to me, when you can rush the passer as well as he did at the college level, a lot of times that's just something that translates to the NFL. Like, pass rushers are pass rushers. Doesn't always. He also went to a school, Troy, that's, you know,
the Sun Belt or whatever it's in.
And DeMarcus Ware, and then I can't think of the other guy's name right off the top of my head. But he basically, you know, he broke records there for guys that have been good at that school and done a good job in that conference. But the point I'm making is I do think that he showed some flashes at the end of the year. You know, he is the exact same size as Jerry Hughes. If you go look at Jerry Hughes, you look at Javon Solomon, undersized pass rushers, but guy is good, Ben. His legs. When you go to anybody goes to training camp, I want you to go look at Javon Solomon's legs and how unbelievably big they are, like tree trunks. I mean, this guy is massive from the waist down. He's not the biggest guy up top because he's not the tallest guy. But I do think that there's a chance for him to carve out a role. And you know, I wonder about a guy like A.J. Epinesa. He's done a nice job. The Bills really like A.J. Epinesa. He's got a pretty decent contract here with 1 year left, right? There's going to be some decisions that have to be made around the roster, as you guys said, you know, as you just said, Joe, about, you know, what happens here throughout preseason, into 53, and into the regular season.
Sal Capaccio, we're talking the defensive side of the ball. Here's a piece up, WGR550.com, one storyline for each position. Here's a name we've not talked about a lot, and I wonder how we will look at him going into this season. Matt Milano's played 9 games the last 2 years. His contract was redone, right, to kind of kill a year of it. So now he's a UFA at the end of this year, which is Milano bets on himself. The Bills get out of it if they need to. Sal, is there any sort of let's see what he's got this year? I mean, of course, injuries, you'd have to be afraid of it because when they start to pile up, they pile up. But are you eager to see what level of player he is right now?
I am. I think from the Bills' standpoint, the way that they talk about him, the way they feel about him, you know, just listening and knowing all this stuff, I don't think it's let's see what he has. I just think it's let's see if he can stay healthy. Let's keep him healthy. I think the Bills believe that if Matt Milano is healthy, he is a difference maker. He is still a very, very good player. Now, is he, you know, all-pro Matt Milano from 3 years ago? Maybe not. But a tick below that maybe is still really good. And I think if he does stay healthy, the Bills believe, and I think it's right to believe, the Bills could have one of the best linebacker duos in the league with him and Terrell Bernard. But he's got to stay healthy. He just hasn't been able to do that. He plays so physical and so violent for his size that's taken a toll on his body, through 7 years, 8 years in the league now. And I think that's the big thing. But, man, if he can stay healthy, I think the Bills are very confident that if that's the case, he is a difference-making linebacker. And him next to Terrell Bernard could really be something that they've kind of missed and lacked. And that is not any disrespect towards Dorian Williams. Yeah. Dorian Williams had a really nice year last year. He led the team in tackles. Mm-hmm. If you really dive into Dorian Williams versus Matt Milano, and Cover One did some stuff with this Derek Turner in the offseason, I really liked it. And you see the instincts of Matt to just get to where he needs to get, to know exactly what's happening, the understanding of the game, the IQ. Dorian Williams, he's not on that level, but what he is, when he gets there, it's violent, it's great, and he goes there fast. But sometimes it takes him a little bit longer to recognize what's happening, and I think the Bills just need to get back to understanding and having a guy like Matt Milano on the field to be able to do that.
The other thing really that does sell, if Milano stays healthy and is productive throughout the year, I mean, they will have 3 playable linebackers that, like, we talk this way about Michael Hoyt, right? Like, Michael Hoyt is a chess piece. You could do different things, different personnel packages because you have him. They have not really had 3 linebackers to play at the same time that you fully trust and like having on the field together. And there were times last year after Milano came back, like I'm looking at Williams' snap counts, and like in Denver, for instance, against Denver in the playoffs, he didn't play a single snap on defense. But the next week he played 40% against Baltimore. Like, if Milano stays healthy, you could much more easily get to, well, now I have this extra chess piece to play with 3 linebackers if I ever feel like I need to.
I agree, Joe. And, these guys, they do train at all these different positions. We know that. And I think that they would feel confident and comfortable if they have to go to 3 linebackers with Dorian Williams being on the field and as the 3rd linebacker. If you have to take Taron Johnson out, nobody wants to take Taron Johnson off the field, but the reality is he's a smaller guy that teams have taken advantage of in those situations with the Bills sometimes, and they put him in a bind. So, okay, now you go and you put a guy like, you want to go base package, you want to put 3 linebackers, here comes Dorian Williams. I actually think that Joe Andreessen could be a guy like that too. I think Joe Andreessen had a really, really strong OTA and minicamp. And listen, that's an important spot because Terrell Bernard is also a bit undersized, and he missed a couple of games last year. And if you have Terrell Bernard miss a couple of games, can you rely on Balen Spector anymore? I think the answer is no at this point. I think Joe Andreessen becomes important here. And if Joe Andreessen is going to be on the roster, maybe he becomes a guy that you can rely on in those specialty situations that can play the strong side. So I like what they've done. And let's not forget, the Bills went out and signed Shaq Thompson. Now, maybe he's got nothing left, compared to what he used to be. I get it, like he's an older linebacker. But one of the reasons they signed him right away, what did Sean McDermott talk about? Position flexibility. Like, that's a reason they signed the guy, to be able to do stuff like that.
Would you predict Andreessen is the front runner right now to be Bernard's backup?
Absolutely. Okay. If I did a 53-man roster right now, I have Joe Andreessen on, I have Balen Spector off, and that's simply because, well, 2 things, not just because of Balen Spector's unavailability. I think that would be disrespectful to Joe and what he's done. I, again, really like what Joe did in the offseason, the way he looked. He's also in the 2nd year of a undrafted free agent contract versus the 4th year of a drafted contract. So he's cheaper, he's more available, and I think he could outplay him.
Sal Capaccio, let's get to the secondary and corner and safety, Sal. So young players at both positions looking to kind of establish themselves. Max Hairston, a rookie at corner. He's got to beat out Trey White, Dane Jackson. Jamarcus Ingram is in this mix too. So, like, when you're looking at the corners, is how much of it comes down to the way that they decide to use some of their younger draft picks, like Dorian Strong. They've got some hybrids in this department as well. Cam Lewis has been really valuable in the way that they move him around. So, like, just the general secondary, you can split it into corner and safety if you'd like. But what's the biggest thing you're watching here?
Well, the biggest thing I'm watching is I think this is the only spot on the entire team where there truly is a competition for a starter, and that is at corner 2 opposite Benford, and that is between Max Hairston and Trey White. I think when we show up tomorrow, I think Tre'Davious White is the starter. He's getting the reps. That's the Sean McDermott playbook. He's the vet. He's going to get that opportunity, and we're going to see that. I think there's a runway there for Max Hairston to win that job, though. He's got to be able to win. He's got to take it. He's got to outplay Trey White. He's got to show that he's got the ceiling, and maybe more than anything, he's just got to show that he's not going to make mistakes, because that's what Trey White's not going to make mistakes, right? And you have to have someone you can trust there. We know that. So that's number one. When you go down the depth chart, this is a crowded room, guys. It really is. And I could see a scenario where Dane Jackson doesn't even make the team, and he becomes a guy in the practice squad you can rely on. I could see a scenario where that's Jamarcus Ingram, as much as they love, and I love Jamarcus Ingram. Because you look at it and say, okay, wait a minute. You have Dorian Strong there. You drafted. think about the decision at the end of training camp. If you decide that Dorian Strong, he's not quite ready, are you going to release him and expose him to waivers and you just lose your 6th-round pick? I mean, I think that's a tough decision and tough call for the Bills. Or you could say, no, we're going to keep him around and he's just going to be inactive every week. Maybe he wins. Maybe he actually plays really well and wins a job. I don't know. Well, where does that leave Dean Jackson? Where does that leave Jamarcus Ingram? And then you have Cam Lewis, who, yes, you just said it. It's right. I mean, Cam Lewis is very valuable to this team. But Jordan Hancock now does everything that Cam Lewis does, but he's a rookie. I think the way this plays out is they're going to figure out maybe Cam does one thing, nickel corner, Jordan Hancock does the other thing, safety, or vice versa. I don't know if you just have both of them doing both those things. Maybe the way it sorts itself out now is instead of Cam Lewis being Mr. Everything, Cam Lewis becomes strictly your backup nickel corner, and Jordan Hancock becomes a backup safety. But you could be the other way around as well.
And Sal, thinking about the Hairston-Trey White battle, I feel like if Trey White ends up starting the season, like no one will be that discouraged. Like maybe, you'll want to see Hairston get in there at some point. I feel like the flip end is true at safety. Like if Cole Bishop doesn't win that job and is not, for whatever reason, on the field week 1 as the starter, I feel like that'll be pretty discouraging at safety.
100%. Listen, Cole Bishop, even though I say there's only one true starting job available for competition, that's corner, like Cole Bishop is in a starting competition because he has to stay healthy. That's all. Like he didn't practice no OTAs in minicamp. He missed all of last training camp essentially. He was out there for a little while because of the injury, and then he just never caught up as far as time. And I think they really wanted him to. So insert DeMar Hamlin because Mike Edwards never hit the way that they thought he would, and he had an injury. I mean, this is everything is right there. This is a wide open spot for Cole Bishop to get, but he has to do it, and it has to start with him staying healthy. And you're right, Joe. Whether it's health or play on the field, if they line up against the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday night, week 1, and Cole Bishop is not starting opposite Taylor Rapp, something went wrong, and that's not good.
Yeah. So Capaccio, his piece up at WGR550.com. Sal, we'll see you tomorrow at camp, 7 a.m. You can join us right there in the pavilion?
I will be there, 7 a.m. bright and early. Got to have my coffee in hand and ready to rock and roll.
All right, very good. Thanks, Sal. We'll see you then.
All right, you got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline ahead of tomorrow. Boy, good honesty. I mean, that was a football season roster conversation.
That was a meat and potatoes
that was
football
good.
conversation.
That was a meal.
Yeah. We got down to Shaq Thompson.
That's right. Let's go. Football season. Let's go. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. You can, of course, watch us on YouTube. We're going to be at camp, and we're going to be on YouTube from camp, too, so you can see when it's 6 a.m. and Joe is freezing because he did not bring a quarters in.
Got to make sure to bring.
You're going to watch him just
dress up. Just got to bring multiple different outfits depending on the weather.
You do have to layer. Layering is important. Because then you're going to get on the field. You want to make sure you're not too hot.
Right. So I have both. Wasn't that really just evidence that there's way more things to talk about on defense than the offense? Isn't that all that was? There were more players to talk about. There were more battles to talk about. There's more everything.
Well,
everything.
Yes, and there's a reason for that. And that's the reason the reason is Josh Allen insulates everything you would talk about on the offense. All the things around Allen are definitely questions. The line's amazing. The running backs are great. Tight end is not delivered how it should. Wide receiver is okay, but you have Josh Allen. So he just, whatever questions you might have, he's going to fix all that. All right.
Right.
Defensively, who's their best player? Benford. Right?
Sure.
And he can't fix everything else. It's just not the nature of the way the sport works. So we really kind of need to see it all come together.
Well, it's McDermott, isn't it?
It is.
McDermott and his scheme and his philosophy on defense protects the whole, at least in the regular season.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this has been true of corner the whole time. Like, the way they play, I think, insulates who plays corner for them. So when Josh Norman at 40 years old has got to go in, or some 7th-round rookie or undrafted guy has got to go in and play corner, here, you don't really expect that guy to get lit up as often because of the way they play defense, knowing that the last time we saw them on the field, the corner got lit up. relentlessly.
Adam Schefter's tweeting out, the Jets' new locker room debuts today.
Oh.
92 full-size lockers, shoulder pad vented trays, state-of-the-art recovery, expanded sauna. If you want to take a look at the Jets' locker room, like football, baby.
State-of-the-art?
Oh, yeah, it looks great. I would love to just, recover in this locker room.
When we
Looks
did,
like there's a barbershop in here.
When we did the tour of the Bills stadium construction and they were going through all the things the Bills locker room facilities were going to have, I'm like, are we in the International Space Station? Like, what are we putting in here?
Yeah.
There's like pools and everything.
The coolest thing they're going to have is an indoor, 30 yards for players to warm up.
A turf practice facility?
A little bit. It's
inside?
Yes.
Like next to the locker room.
Yeah. So if Allen wants to get loose and it's raining outside.
He's got a 30-yard field.
You can throw a ball inside. Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550.
I don't see that in this Jets video.
To your, you brought up Sean McDermott there. I saw and kind of got into a little bit of a good conversation about McDermott and what he does and doesn't deserve credit for. I'll bring that to you when we get back. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. To get back to the initial point, it's they love a guy. They'll love loving a guy.
Mm-hmm.
They'll love Connor McGovern, and they'll love Osiris Torrance, and it's time to pay those two, and the salary cap's real, and it comes down to, who gets paid? Is Cedric Van Pran Granger look like he's ready for that job? Because if he is, then Connor McGovern is going to go get a big contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or if they pay McGovern, are they going to say sorry to Osiris Torrance because we can't pay everybody on the offensive line?
Yeah. You know what is interesting, though? There is one guy that is able to withstand all of that while only being pretty good.
I know who that is.
It's Knox.
Yeah.
Knox is not
too important. He's too important, and he has never had to.
Yeah. But he is also not a great player.
No,
like we're talking about with Davis or like any of these other guys.
Right.
But
like if he went somewhere else, what kind of numbers would he put up? It might not look much different than what happened with Gabe, where the production goes down. He plays a ton. They value him. They extended him really early, and it was quick. It's like, boom, here's a contract. And since extending him, they've just been restructuring it and moving it and extending it, right? Like
since extending him, he has 497 yards.
For how much a year? $14 million a year?
In 2 seasons on this new contract. Yeah, for whatever. It's like, at the time, he was like one of the top 10 highest paid tight ends in football. I don't think that's still true, but he's close.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like,
that's more than Kincaid in 2 years.
His role is more about all this stuff that you're telling, not Iron Bill like Gabe Davis, but it's the locker room and it's the relationship with Josh, and it is like what he does for others more. And does he block? Right? Like, he does that, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's important to the run game because he's doing some of the dirty work that Kincaid's not going to do. So there's more than just what's his role in the pass game. But he got paid after the big year in the pass game. That's what got him paid.
We'll start with defensive end, and I would agree with you. Like it's a 5-word sentence that opens things up. How healthy is Joey Bosa? We're going to find out a little bit more on him tomorrow, right? Because if the Bills have any issues or they're going to do maintenance days or bringing guys along slowly, is the pup conversation different as of tomorrow based on what happened with Landon Jackson? How does that all work to decide if anybody might be dealing with something?
Yeah, so today they'll report today. They'll do their testing. Usually the way it works now, I don't have the, Bill's internal, memos and schedule, but the way it generally works is when they report on Tuesday, they'll go through their physicals. That's today. They'll go through their conditioning tests. If there's anything going on with anybody that they can't practice, they'll be put on the PUP list. That could happen later today. That could happen tomorrow morning before practice. PUP list basically says physically unable to perform. They're still on the 90-man roster, and they just can't practice until they're released from that list. And the reason they do that, and the reason why a guy will be put on the PUP list, people go, what's the difference? He counts on the roster anyway. Well, let's just say that something completely holds that person back for all of training camp. They can then transition to the PUP list in the regular season and miss 4 games, without going on IR. That's the reason for the PUP list. You can't go on a PUP list in the regular season. You can be transferred to it in the regular season. Now, that being said, generally every year there's a player or two that go on the PUP list that we're not expecting. And it happens around the league. I used the example the other day, Mac Hollins. It happened to him with the Patriots. He's on their PUP list. Who would have thought, right? Who would have known? You know who isn't for them? Stephon Diggs. So you never know who's going to be and who's not going to be. And even though Diggs is recovering from his ACL over in New England. So for Joey Bosa, he did not practice all of OTAs or minicamp. We think he's going to be ready based on what the Bills told us. But would you be stunned if you heard tomorrow or tonight that Joey Bosa was on the PUP list? I don't think anybody would be. I'm not predicting it. I think he'll be ready to go. But if he is, that means he's not ready to practice yet.
Training camps open tomorrow or today in the NFL. The Bills open tomorrow, will be on the practice field. And holdouts around the NFL, Trey Hendrickson is in Florida. He is not going to report to Bengals training camp. And Adam Schefter's reporting that the big sticking point right now is guaranteed money, that the Bengals are willing to pay Hendrickson top guaranteed money through 1 year, while Myles Garrett and TJ Watt got 3 years of that earlier in the offseason. Elsewhere around the NFL, Terry McLaurin's frustrated with his situation. He will seek either a holdout, a hold-in, or a trade, as the team has not had negotiations with him in over 2 weeks. Stephon Diggs ready to go for Patriots training camp. Well less than 12 months since his torn ACL in Houston. He is going to be on the field for New England. Chris Godwin will not be on the field for Tampa Bay. He is coming back from a dislocated ankle. Nyheim Hines is back in the NFL, has not played since his jet ski accident with the Bills. Hines signs with the Chargers. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Trey Hendrickson drove overnight from Cincinnati to Jacksonville, Florida. He was spotted, as he posted on Instagram a few moments ago, in the Florida area. And the issue here is that he will not be at training camp today. All along, Trey Hendrickson has said he's not going to be playing football under his current contract, which is scheduled to pay him, I believe, about $16.5 million. So he's not going to show up to camp. He's not going to be there without a new deal. There he is this morning posting a picture in Florida. Now, he told me that he was going through Chattanooga, Knoxville, Atlanta, on his way to Jacksonville. Clearly, he's made a lot of progress on his route, but not as much with the Cincinnati Bengals in his contract negotiations.
All right, just real quick. Can I have a little fun with this report from Adam Schefter?
Uh-huh.
So I just Googled Cincinnati to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
How far of a drive it is. And it's about 12 hours. And
what?
Yeah, Cincinnati.
No way.
Yeah, to Jacksonville. Northern Florida, southern Ohio, 12 hours. 806 miles.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
But here's the funny part.
Way closer than I thought it would be.
Why is Adam Schefter detailing all the cities he's driving through?
Uh-huh.
Like, he told me he's driving to Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. He's going through Knoxville and Chattanooga and Atlanta. And sure enough, if you Google the directions, that's the route it takes you. Is there any chance at all that Trey Hendrickson is not doing that and just took a picture of a sunrise somewhere, tagged it Florida, and then called Adam Schefter's like, yeah, I'm right here through Knoxville and then Chattanooga and making my way to Atlanta. Why are we detailing the cities?
Yeah.
Joe tells me he's on his way to New York City. He's going through all of the places. Syracuse, Utica, Albany. Right, that's on the way. Right. What level of detail do we need? We didn't need to know the route he's taking? Oh, all right. Trey Hendrickson's just driving 12 hours? What's he listening to?
It's like he stopped in a cafe at I don't even know what's in between those two places. Jacksonville and Cincinnati.
Lexington, all the places.
Kentucky.
All the places he listed.
Right, it's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia.
Okay. Stop for coffee in Tennessee. He stopped at the track in Kentucky.
He's going to swing a little bit wide of Tallahassee, make a left, and then he'll arrive in Jacksonville. Oh, all right.
And then he'll have a real choice to make between taking this highway and this highway.
It's just Wayne's World too old for you? That guy had an awful lot of information for a limo driver. Here's Adam Schefter just detailing the cities. Thanks. All right. Thorough reporting. Trey Hendrickson will not be reporting for Bengals camp.
That one could be a trade, couldn't it? Not here, but like...
I'd love it to be here. We have someone that wrote in like, hey, Bean should get on that. Who are you trading out? This is where A.J. Epinesa is going to get traded 50 times today.
Well,
because, this Hendrickson rumor, that's he's the name that always comes up.
Well, also, if you want to think about him, you got to have the money ready to go for acquiring him. Is it the cap hit or the base salary? I don't even know. But you got to have...
It's the cap hit.
It's the cap hit?
You have to have the cap space.
Okay, well, his cap hit's $18.6 million.
And the Bills have nothing close to that.
The Bills are over by $810,000 right now. So...
Yeah, cap moves are coming still.
Hey, if you trade Epinesa and Curtis Samuel, you free up $13 million. Now go find the other 5. And give them all the other stuff, and get Cincinnati to be willing to trade him to a contender that competes with them in the first place, and then we could talk about Hendrickson. But him getting traded, this seems pretty ugly. The owner being vocal.
He said he's difficult to work with.
He called him, and was the word ungrateful even used at one point, or that vibe?
It's tough. It's tough.
I don't know. That one feels like it's ugly enough where maybe it could result in a trade. Also because it's lasted long enough. Myles Garrett, sure, fool's gold on that being a trade idea because he ends up staying. How long did that really last? A month? Was it even a month that Myles Garrett as a trade idea was a thing?
It was...
Maybe less than that.
It was the Super Bowl to...
The Combine?
It might have been about a month.
Okay.
Or a month and a half.
How long was TJ Watt? Couple months?
Yeah, that was longer.
This Hendrickson thing is it's like a 2-year saga.
Oh, that's true.
It's a long time that these two have been going back and forth about contract. So this could maybe come to an end.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. So I have a tweet from yesterday I want to just throw out as a question if you want to call in on it. It's it's something you could ask a group of friends about the Bills. It was sent in to me by Steven. So Steven wrote in yesterday, right around this time. I'm wondering why McDermott doesn't get any credit for Josh Allen being who he is. Plenty of strong-arm quarterbacks have not made it in the NFL, but McDermott and his staff managed his development very well, saying anyone could win with Josh might be true, but what if he doesn't develop into an MVP? And the root of that is just how much credit should Sean McDermott get for what Josh Allen has become? And this is where, in football, we always separate sides of the ball. Right, the Bills have the number 1 ranked offense. How many people are ready to say Sean McDermott deserves credit for that? Not many. Just doesn't really happen. He's a defensive coach. It's an offensive coordinator. If the coordinator leaves, there's big-time questions. Right? It's just in football, we always separate. Mm-hmm. How much credit does McDermott deserve for Allen becoming what he is?
I've never really considered that question because in my head it just doesn't cross over. But of course it does, right? To some degree, on maybe who he is as a leader or who he is as a professional. But the technique things that Allen has improved in and the scheme of the offense, McDermott he doesn't deserve none. That to me is definitely true. He doesn't deserve none.
Definitely not none. I would agree with that.
The people that have been surrounding Josh Allen in his upbringing on the staff, coordinators and quarterback coaches and all. McDermott hired those people. Like McDermott, without, I don't believe, a prior relationship with Brian Daboll, decided to make him the team's offensive coordinator.
Which, okay.
It fired his previous offensive coordinator after 1 year, by the way.
Rick Dennison.
Yeah.
Right. The question would be, was that McDermott's choice? Was it his call? Did he have input?
Okay.
If he didn't have a relationship, that's one of the things about how coaching works. Would you just call a guy you don't know? Or would somebody have recommended him?
Right.
He comes in, I'm not...
Because in coaching, usually it's just the guys it feels like that is more, I've worked with this person.
Right.
You know, wherever Jim Harbaugh goes, Greg Roman comes with him.
And I'm not trying to poke a hole in that. I'm just saying I don't really know how that ultimately came to be.
Right. But I think, like, I've got two guys running the offense in Josh Allen's career that I would say, like, you kind of nailed that.
Yeah.
Like, Daboll did a great job, and I think is a big reason why Allen is what he is. And then they nailed, I think, having Joe Brady on the staff.
In between,
and having the foresight to even have him on as a quarterback coach even before they ultimately need to go to him as offensive coordinator.
At the risk of borderline devil's advocating, what was different about Brady and Dorsey? Dorsey was next man up.
Yeah.
Brady was next man up.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda. I mean, Brady was hired from an outside organization. That was one fresh set of eyes but everybody is ultimately from an outside organization when you start from scratch.
Yep.
I don't know.
I mean, Dorsey just never felt like he had a plan of what he wanted to get to as an offense. It always felt confused under Dorsey.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't tell you exactly why that was the case, but I think the results speak for themselves. Joe Brady, as a play caller, how could you say he's not? He had he had experience in it too. Dorsey didn't.
That's right.
Even though he's younger.
Which is something that, I mean, if you want to go and knock against McDermott, he did go with a first-time play caller
with Dorsey
for an offensive coordinator for a great quarterback in a potential Super Bowl window.
Yep.
Like that might have been a risk.
So I guess it depends. Like, how much credit should I give McDermott for allowing them to be a pass-first offense for as long as they were?
Good question, because they're not anymore.
They're not anymore.
Is that because...
The whole league isn't anymore.
That's right, but what do people... Whenever they're not pass-heavy, what do a lot of Bills fans say?
They blame McDermott.
It's his fault.
Right.
So...
The one defense I will always have of him on that, and again, right now they are this, but in all those years where they were first in pass attempts or second in pass attempts, I think McDermott does have the knowledge or the respect for how valuable that was, because that's how he plays defense.
Yeah.
He plays defense
to stop the pass.
To say, I don't care if you run it on me. Go ahead.
We invite the run.
But we think he thinks the opposite on offense. Like, he clearly on one side of the ball knows passing is way more valuable than running.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, all those years that they were throwing the ball, on offense, it was assumed, well, he doesn't think that about the offense. Like, no. Those two things should probably correlate.
Yeah.
But no one ever treated it as such. But again, we're at a point now where they are not that. They are running the ball more. But as the league has shifted that way, it's become, I think, more acceptable that you are running the ball a lot more.
But even then, the Bills are running it more than most teams. Neutral run rate. They are a different team than they used to be. You know, if the league kind of came down and started running it more, but they were still near the top, that would just be going with the league. They have gone heavy run, and it's worked. They've built an offensive line, whether they want balance or the threat to run or a lot of different things. But I think it's an interesting conversation about how much credit he deserves for Allen becoming who he has become. The two of them, they don't really talk about the relationship with each other all that often. Do you feel like it ever comes up?
No.
Don't they feel like two people that work in the same building and occasionally they whatever, come together, but they're not talking a lot during games?
No, you don't see it.
Two players on the same, players figuratively, on the same team. I mean, I don't know about their relationship. I don't know if it was bad before, if it's good now. You know, it's just...
I mean, they did do Snow Angels together last year.
That's right.
They did on national television.
And that's McDermott, McDermott has decided to, make a point to be a little bit lighter, looser,
right?
Lighten up.
So it's a good question. I just think I'll try to figure out concretely where I would fall on that. I definitely don't think the answer is none. I don't think he deserves no credit for Josh Allen becoming what he's become. But I wouldn't want to give him most of it either, or all of it for sure.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, camp starts today. They report today, so maybe some transaction stuff Maybe. Also have a good question on that Trey Hendrickson driving 12 hours. Got tweeted in about that, which I have an answer for. It's a fun question. Let's see if you agree. You and I don't agree on everything, and this might be one that's different.
It's a travel thing?
It's a travel thing, yes. We'll get to that next, very quickly, here on WGR. We'll start with defensive end, and I would agree with you. Like it's a 5-word sentence that opens things up. How healthy is Joey Bosa? We're going to find out a little bit more on him tomorrow, right? Because if the Bills have any issues, or they're going to do maintenance days, or bringing guys along slowly, is the pup conversation different as of tomorrow based on what happened with Landon Jackson? How does that all work to decide if anybody might be dealing with something?
Yeah, so today they'll report today. They'll do their testing. Usually the way it works now, I don't have the, Bill's internal, memos and schedule, but the way it generally works is when they report on Tuesday, they'll go through their physicals. That's today. They'll go through their conditioning tests. If there's anything going on with anybody that they can't practice, they'll be put on the PUP list. That could happen later today. That could happen tomorrow morning before practice. PUP list basically says physically unable to perform. They're still on the 90-man roster, and they just can't practice until they're released from that list. And the reason they do that, and the reason why a guy will be put on the PUP list, people go, what's the difference? He counts on the roster anyway. Well, let's just say that something completely holds that person back for all of training camp. They can then transition to the PUP list in the regular season and miss 4 games without going on IR. That's the reason for the PUP list. You can't go on a PUP list in the regular season. You can be transferred to it in the regular season. Now, that being said, generally every year there's a player or two that go on the PUP list that we're not expecting. And it happens around the league. I used the example the other day, Mac Hollins. It happened to him with the Patriots. He's on their PUP list. Who would have thought, right? Who would have known? You know who isn't for them? Stephon Diggs. So you never know who's going to be and who's not going to be. And even though Diggs is recovering from his ACL over in New England. So for Joey Bosa, he did not practice all of OTAs or minicamp. We think he's going to be ready based on what the Bills told us. But would you be stunned if you heard tomorrow or tonight that Joey Bosa was on the PUP list? I don't think anybody would be. I'm not predicting it. I think he'll be ready to go. But if he is, that means he's not ready to practice yet.
To get back to the initial point, it's they love a guy. They'll love loving a guy. Mm-hmm. They'll love Connor McGovern, and they'll love O'Cyrus Torrence, and it's time to pay those two, and the salary cap's real, and it comes down to, well, who gets paid? Is Cedric Van Pran Granger look like he's ready for that job? Because if he is, then Connor McGovern is going to go get a big contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or if they pay McGovern, are they going to say sorry to O'Cyrus Torrence because we can't pay everybody on the offensive line?
Yeah. You know what is interesting, though? There is one guy that is able to withstand all of that while only being pretty good.
I know who that is.
It's Knox.
Yeah.
Knox is not
too important. He's too important, and he has never had to
Yeah. But he's also not a great player.
No,
like we're talking about with Davis or like any of these other guys.
Right.
But
like if he went somewhere else, what kind of numbers would he put up? It might not look much different than what happened with Gabe, where the production goes down. He plays a ton. They value him. They extended him really early, and it was quick. It's like, boom, here's a contract. And since extending him, they've just been restructuring it and moving it and extending it, right? Like
since extending him, he has 497 yards.
For how much a year? $14 million a year?
In 2 seasons on this new contract. Yeah, for whatever. It's like, at the time, he was like one of the top 10 highest paid tight ends in football. I don't think that's still true, but he's close.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like,
that's more than Kincaid in 2 years.
His role is more about all this stuff that you're telling, not Iron Bill like Gabe Davis, but it's the locker room and it's the relationship with Josh, and it is like what he does for others more. And does he block? Right, like he does that, right?
Yep.
Like he's important to the run game because he's doing some of the dirty work that Kincaid's not going to do. So there's more than just what's his role in the pass game. But he got paid after the big year.
So Trey Hendrickson has reportedly driven 12 hours from Cincinnati to Jacksonville, or is on his way. And we had somebody on Twitter chime in, Joey, why is he driving? He's a millionaire. My answer would be that driving is therapeutic. If he's mad, a good long drive is good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's way better than flying to Jacksonville.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
Drive, get in the car.
So much more stress.
Like, you know what? I'm just gonna drive for a while. I'm gonna listen to some music.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll just go silent. Driving is therapeutic.
Throw a murder mystery podcast on or something.
Yeah. Like these next couple weeks when we drive out to St. John Fisher, there's an element of it. It's just like, you kind of you get time to think. It is one of the things, even though I don't have a long drive in here.
Yeah.
When I was broadcasting from home for a long time, like during COVID, Howard's in here, I was broadcasting from home. And I had the opportunity, we all do, to broadcast remotely, whatever. I found driving to and from work to be, I thought, good for me. It's good to drive. Driving's good.
Mm-hmm.
You agree?
No, I definitely agree with this.
Therapeutic. You have a 3-hour drive. It's not necessarily. It's not it's something you dread. It's all right. I'm gonna have some time here.
Yeah, I drive to a golf course every day at Tri-County, which I love the course. Part of the reason I'm there. It's 45 minutes
easy
every day.
Yeah.
Easy, right? If there's a little traffic, it's a little more. And I like the drive. You would have to, right, for that to get on board with that consistently. But I definitely like that. I'm never really throwing the music on, though. It's always a podcast for me, which I guess is that really accomplishing the same thing? Because that's causing you to think, isn't it?
But you might think about something that's funny or
that's
escapist.
Right. That's right.
Every once in a while, I think it's a good idea to really treat. Whatever. Not every once.
Just
in a while.
drive around.
Yeah, silence or music.
Yeah,
sure. Depending on the vibes. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. When we return, sad news, really sad news. Malcolm Jamal Warner died. He was 54 years old. He is known for a lot of things. What do you know him as? Nothing really? It'd be okay if you don't have a hardcore answer. You're my age.
No, I think even though I never watched The Cosby Show, I think
he's Theo Huxtable.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if I would know the character's name. I just known him like he's one of the guys from The Cosby Show.
He is Theo Huxtable, Theodore Huxtable. And I found it the most, to me, iconic scene he ever had in that show. There's a bunch. I grew up watching that show.
Yeah.
And there's a scene that, whatever. We'll play it, top of the hour. Malcolm Jamal Warner. He drowned in Costa Rica. He was 54 years old. Really, really sad story. He'll be forever, to a lot of people, Theo Huxtable. And was a lot of other things as well. Was also in Bullet Train, which is great.
Maybe that's what I would know
right?
from.
He's in Bullet Train?
I don't see it on his IMDb.
What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of a different movie then. No, he's in it. He's in Bullet Train.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
No, he's not. I'm thinking of a different movie. Whatever, I'll get to it. We'll get to his IMDb. 803-0550 on WGR.
in the pass game. That's what got him paid.
To get back to the initial point, it's they love a guy. They'll love loving a guy.
Mm-hmm.
They'll love Connor McGovern, and they'll love Osiris Torrance, and it's time to pay those two, and the salary cap's real, and it comes down to, well, who gets paid? Is Cedric Van Pran Granger look like he's ready for that job? Because if he is, then Connor McGovern is going to go get a big contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or if they pay McGovern, are they going to say sorry to Osiris Torrance because we can't pay everybody on the offensive line?
Yeah. You know what is interesting, though? There is one guy that is able to withstand all of that while only being pretty good.
I know who that is.
It's Knox.
Yeah.
Knox is not
too important. He's too important, and he has never had to.
Yeah. But he's also not a great player.
No,
like we're talking about with Davis or like any of these other guys.
Right.
But
like if he went somewhere else, what kind of numbers would he put up? It might not look much different than what happened with Gabe, where the production goes down. He plays a ton. They value him. They extended him really early, and it was quick. It's like, boom, here's a contract. And since extending him, they've just been restructuring it and moving it and moving it and extending it, right? Like
since extending him, he has 497 yards.
For how much a year? $14 million a year?
In 2 seasons on this new contract. Yeah, for whatever. It's like, at the time, he was like one of the top 10 highest paid tight ends in football. I don't think that's still true, but he's close.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like,
that's more than Kincaid in 2 years.
His role is more about all this stuff that you're telling, not Iron Bill like Gabe Davis, but it's the locker room and it's the relationship with Josh, and it is like what he does for others more. And does he block? Right? Like, he does that, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's important to the run game because he's doing some of the dirty work that Kincaid's not going to do. So there's more than just what's his role in the pass game. But he got paid after the big year in the pass game. That's what got him paid. Training camp opening around the NFL. A lot of teams reporting today. The Bills will be on the practice field tomorrow, and players report to camp today at St. John Fisher. There is a holdout for Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. Hendrickson is in Florida, not at Bengals camp, as he continues to look for a new contract. It's been a long saga between him and the Bengals. The report from Adam Schefter is that the big sticking point is guaranteed money, and that Hendrickson wants big guaranteed money 3 years into his contract, which is what Myles Garrett and TJ Watt got, and the Bengals really only want to give him 1 year of the top-end money guaranteed. Other holdouts around the league that could come include Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin, who also is looking for a new deal, has not spoken with the Commanders in weeks about a new deal, and he's currently deciding between a holdout, a hold-in, or seeking a trade, according to Commanders reporter Henry McKenna. Will Levis out for the season in Tennessee. He had right shoulder surgery. Chris Godwin not on the field to start Buccaneers camp. However, Stephon Diggs in New England has been cleared for full participation at Patriots camp, coming back from a torn ACL. And Nyheim Hines back in the NFL with the Chargers. He has not played football since his jet ski accident while he was with the Bills. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And then he takes the rest of his money. So in this when I saw Malcolm Jamal Warner died, I thought of this scene. I searched bologna and cereal and found it right away.
And it came right up
from the Cosby Show. Yeah, he's got Monopoly money. Theo's talking about how he's gonna leave high school, be a regular person, and there's the speech about like Monopoly money back and forth. You gonna have a girlfriend for sure? Takes the last $200 a month. Oh man, bologna and cereal.
It is so weird to listen to shows that have laugh tracks for me now.
Oh, that's a live studio audience.
Or live studio audience. I guess I can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, that might be right.
Like, what shows have a laugh track and what have a live studio audience? Or do they all have live studio audiences?
That's a great question. And
like, did Seinfeld have a live... That was live, right?
Yes, Seinfeld was live.
Was Friends live, or is that laugh track?
Maybe a little bit. I don't know. They used to say
Friends was a little bit of both.
So and so is filmed before a live studio audience, and they would do it in the studio. Yeah. That show, Thursday night every week for me. The Cosby Show. Yep. Malcolm Jamal Warner. What else was I going to say about that? I
was looking through his like IMDb, and I don't really know what I would know him for other than that. Malcolm in the Middle is the other thing for him, but I'm not. Oh no, not Malcolm in the Middle. Malcolm and Eddie is another show that he did.
Okay,
a lot of. He was on Dexter for a little bit. I don't really remember that. You know what it is? A lot of network television lately. American Horror Story. Did you watch American Horror Story? He was in that.
I've seen 2 seasons of that.
Okay. He was in Suits, which is a show I feel like I see a lot of people watching now.
It's 9 a.m. We do not have a new Bills helmet yet.
No, we don't.
We're waiting. We thought maybe, it's
going to be 10:02.
We are anticipating it will be at 10:00:01.
Do you think they're going to...
Maybe they wait till noon.
Will they unveil it by Josh Allen entering St. John Fisher dorm rooms wearing it? Like they'll drop a little video of him walking in wearing it?
The Bills have not confirmed it, right? The story came from Pete Gwelly talking with Sal Mariana in Rochester.
Yeah.
That's... Okay, then that's pretty close to confirming.
Buffalo Rumblings also I saw had the date of today.
Yeah.
I think that was in there as well. So, right, more rumored than the Bills have dropped anything that said, hey, we're coming out with a helmet on this day. So.
Well, I expect it today.
I still think if it's a silver helmet or white and silver, white and cream, whatever it is, like wintry themed, that has to be the rivalry series.
Right. You would think.
Because they're going to drop something brand new that looks different, that isn't their normal color scheme, and then they're going to have another one of those that is the rivalry series, which is supposed to be brand new, not like your normal team throwback or anything of the sort.
Oh, and can you pull up the Graphic God one, the Nickel City silver, that somebody just made up a Bills uniform?
There's a uniform account called Graphic God on Twitter that I think that
and they made a mock-up with Keon Coleman, and it's a chrome helmet and kind of almost Zuba's numbers, but they're silver.
It's like the nickel color. It's silver.
Yeah, it looks like brushed nickel. And it says Nickel City on it above the numbers and underneath.
Yeah.
And it's 100% just somebody made it up. And I think it's phenomenal. I think it's the coolest thing the Bills could possibly do. It's the kind of thing that I don't know. Not to say we're not cool. A cool city would do that. Atlanta does that with ATL or something like that. Or the Warriors do that with their city uniforms that say Cleveland, the land, right?
Cleveland was the land. What was the Warriors? The
Warriors had
what was
something.
The Warriors? Oh, Bay Area, right?
Might have been something
they've
like
had
that.
a couple.
But this one, this mock-up from the Graphic God with the silver chrome, the Bills helmet is all just totally chromed out, and it probably can't look that good. And I don't think it's ever possible to be real, but it is.
It looks awesome.
Awesome.
But that on top of another silvery or white and cream or whatever this other helmet is rumored to be, those two things together,
I know.
That would be two alternate uniforms, unless, again, maybe this helmet will be half of a drop of what the rivalry series is. But I had always thought, with all these rumors and whatever, that the helmet comes out today and I'm getting rivalry series later. And if this is just the rivalry series, then I'm not getting any throwback anything in the final year of the stadium. And that just still seems weird to me. They're not going to do a standing Buffalo thing. They're not going to do a red helmet. They're not going to do anything like that. I don't need it permanent.
Yeah.
But like a one-off, one game.
Final year.
Just you would think that something like that would be on the horizon. I still kind of want to think that it will.
Let's get a call in here. Frank on his cell phone. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good. Morning, good.
Good. Yeah, you were talking about, the appreciating long drives. Currently doing one myself, actually, driving back from Buffalo to Chicago.
Okay.
And I do that trip every home game. We drive from Chicago to Buffalo and, go and watch the boys. And, from Chicago to Buffalo is about 8.5 hours, so plenty of time to kill. But, it gives you time to chat with your, passengers or listen to you guys. We tune in via the, Odyssey app and catch you guys on 550. But we also think about, what the future could be, what the new high market is going to be. And you guys were just talking about the alternative jerseys. One thought that I had was, if they brought back, red helmets or they did some sort of throwback, when Highmark eventually goes away and they move into the new stadium, they could pair those helmets or jerseys with, say, like a seat from the old stadium and then do a charity thing, right? Or, something to commemorate it. I don't know.
Right. No, thanks, Frank. I mean, that's one thing. NHL teams do this, right? They wear the St. Patrick's Day jersey for the warm-ups, and they take off those jerseys and they sell them.
Yep.
If the Bills had 53 Highmark commemorative helmets that were worn in a game for the final game or something like that, and then auction those off for charity, like that.
Sure.
That's the kind of thing, that might work.
I don't like the idea, though, of wearing a red helmet and then not changing the uniform. Red helmet with the current uniform?
I think it would look fine. it would look fine. The red helmet with the current uniform would look fine.
I guess
the problem,
my brain won't allow it to work because I feel like you're wearing what they're wearing now is some form or is at least inspired by the OJ years, right? Like the 70s and then into the early 80s, I believe. And it would feel like to me like I'm playing Madden and I'm creating the uniforms and I'm sliding the toggle over to 90s helmet and then I'm going down to the uniform and I'm picking 80 uniform.
Right. The biggest problem I don't have a huge problem. If they go the red helmets, right, like the 1987 Bills, how different are the 1987 Bills uniforms than
what they would be wearing with a red helmet in the current home uniform?
Yeah, and that would be fine. The biggest thing I have here is the red helmet. What do they sell? What?
Right.
You want to introduce something new, you want to sell it. What do you sell if you introduce the red helmet? Do you make money or do you just like get good?
You'd sell. Well, you would do what you just said. Like you would sell, even not just the ones that the players would wear. You would sell it. You would sell the helmet.
People would just buy the red helmet.
Although you can kind of do that already, can't you?
I just don't think a helmet is a very an item that moves quite a bit.
It's the jersey.
Yeah, and that's what the rivalry series will do. So maybe in that case, the Bills are thinking, well, we don't need to sell anything off this helmet. Let's go for the red helmet. I don't know. Speculating over a
right.
helmet.
If your fans want it and you're going to sell the helmet, but you know that the jersey. That I just think the jersey. Why wouldn't the jersey come with it? Why wouldn't? Because I'm looking at this 1987 jersey, and I'm saying that does look different than what the Bills are wearing right now, personally.
It looks different like the Bruins change their jerseys every year. It's not that different.
I don't know. I've got different stripe combinations. I've got a different color of blue.
Yeah, that's Bruins.
I've got a different collar. I mean,
the blue is not that different.
The socks are definitely different, I think, than what they're wearing right now.
If you're changing your socks, I mean, check out this new setup. The socks are different. People don't buy socks. You can't come out with a uniform that's too close to the one that they currently have because people won't buy it. I already spent $150 on this.
Are you saying that if someone customized a current Bills uniform right now and put Thomas 34 on the back, you wouldn't notice that and go, that Thurman never wore that?
No, I would notice that.
Because that to me is the equivalent of what you would be doing. There's
a difference. You're talking about back in time. If you came out with the 1987 Bills jersey and it's Josh Allen, it would not be different enough to sell.
Ooh, I don't know.
When the Sabres changed their jerseys and became the hottest selling jersey in the league, they did it multiple times, the Slug sold well. Why? It is a different jersey. And the Goatheads, different jersey.
But they're unique. Most teams don't have changes that drastic.
No, they do over time. And again, like the Steelers, you want to buy that Steelers throwback they just announced yesterday? Drastically different.
Right.
I just don't think you can sell something that's close. A slightly different shade of blue is like, congratulations. When the Sabres came with that 50th anniversary jersey that they couldn't keep on the shelves, what was it? A gold crest. Like actual gold. Not yellow gold, but like the gold. And they couldn't make enough of them, and they didn't, like, people wanted them more.
Like, I'm looking at, this is an 87, this is 1990, but I'm looking at the jersey Thurman wore in 1990, and, like, you can buy that for however much, and it, like, if there's no 17 Josh Allen jersey with this.
But here's the thing.
I think it would sell a lot. Like, these other teams that are doing these modest changes, I guarantee you they're selling those jerseys.
Like which teams?
Like the Bruins, for instance. The Bruins this year, they're going to have a different shade of yellow they're doing yellow as the B instead of black as the B, which is what? The black has been the last 15, 20 years, and the yellow is before that. And I guarantee you Bruins fans will buy the heck out of those.
Here's the other question I have about these 90s Bills jerseys. Are they making them with today's technology? Because when you see a 90s Bills jersey, how much of it is seeing that the material is very different? And the colors, it comes off in the dryer. You put that jersey in the dryer, the numbers come off. And that doesn't really happen anymore, right?
No.
So I hope if it is just that they're going to wear some version of the 90s uniform for a throwback for the season, that's fine. This is why the rivalry series is so important, because it will actually be different and not just like, oh, the blue is 2 Pantone shifts down. I'm in the Home Depot paint section, and you've moved 4 inches to the right on the color of blue. Congratulations. That's not new to me. I need something new. They didn't just build a replica of Highmark Stadium across the street. It's going to be very different, and that is better because it's different. That's not a great comparison, but I made it anyway. I'm going with it. Frank on a cell. Hey, Frank.
Hello.
Hey, Frank.
Morning.
Hey, good morning. I had a thought.
Oh, we already went to Frank. Sorry, we had 2 callers. Sorry, Frank.
I thought we had a different Frank.
I mean, you know what? You got more to say, Frank. Any further thoughts? Go ahead. We got your back. Why not?
Yeah.
You got a long drive.
I was thinking, I'm still on the road. I thought that I had was, Hendrickson making the 12-hour drive to Jacksonville. If he cuts that in half and goes Cincinnati to Buffalo, we can give him hospitality, show him what it's like up there, maybe make him think it's a nice place to stay.
Yeah.
Just, last stop there.
Yeah. Thanks, Frank. Thanks. Enjoy the drive. Hendrickson on his way to Florida. That's the equivalent of the enigmatic wide receiver tweet, a quote.
Yeah.
Is the defensive end calls Adam Schefter to tell him, I'm driving.
On Good Morning Football, Manti Te'o, I guess, is on Good Morning Football right now, and he just said he spoke directly with Hendrickson, who said of the Bengals' offer, and specifically the guarantees that Mike Brown talked about yesterday, quote, they are atrociously, atrociously low.
Not surprising, right?
So they do not sound close at all. And this is year 2 of him looking for a new contract. It's not like this just happened. I feel like he could really get traded. The Bengals, too, they took a victory lap for 3 days about, we pay people. Here's the Jamar Chase and T. Higgins contract. And a month later, it's, both your defensive ends aren't there because they're mad about their contracts. Did you see the owner talking about Stewart for that yesterday? What the problem is there?
Shamar Stewart?
Yeah. Mike Brown, the Bengals owner, how many owners, by the way, do media? Jerry Jones does because he's the GM. Mm-hmm. And then you always see Mike Brown once a year, the Bengals owner, do it. And
what other owners do media?
Consistently. Because yearly I see Mike Brown
the
quotes.
Giants,
he always says something that's
the Giants owner like to come on and complain about players celebrating at least once a year?
That guy.
That happens once a year.
The son of Wellington Mara. Brown said yesterday that the only holdup in the Stewart thing is Stewart's camp wants the money to be guaranteed if he's in jail. And Brown says, I shouldn't have to pay you if you're in jail.
Well,
very remote, specific, hypothetical is what is currently keeping him off the field. Is if he gets arrested, what happens to the money?
The question I would have is, what's the standard for the league?
That's a good question. Brown said the standard for the league is... Well, actually, he didn't really. He just said, I don't think I should have to pay you if you're sitting in jail.
What's the standard for the league? If all the other teams do it, then the Cincinnati Bengals should do it.
Uh-huh.
I would find it hard to believe Shamar Stewart is only just... You know what? Just in case I go to jail, I don't know. You drafted him. Pay him.
Right. It would be hilarious. He's not going to do this if he sat out the year and then re-entered the draft. Which he can do. The Bengals just lost out on a first-round pick for nothing.
It would be good. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
Nobody likes these, by the way, these 40s throwback Bills uniforms I'm finding.
No? I like the 60s, the blue and the gold. But it's
the
not.
Blue and the silver?
Yeah, blue.
Yeah, the one with the number on the helmet. 1960.
Yep.
You really want to honor a team that went 5-8-1?
What was the Steelers' record, the one they're honoring, with the beige pants?
It's a good question.
No idea. It was 2 coaches ago. The Steelers had 1933 Steelers 2 coaches ago.
Right. I'm looking in the 30s. It couldn't have been good. Here's the Steelers. Actually, the Steelers weren't even the Steelers in the 30s. They were the Pirates.
And they're wearing those uniforms.
And their records were 3-6-2, 2-10, 4-8, 6-6, 4-7, 2-9, 1-9-1. That's the Steelers in the 30s.
Mike Tomlin had not gotten there yet. He'd have had those teams.
This is why
he would have had those teams over 500.
This is why they can't say no to a guy that goes 9-8 every year. Yeah, they have had 3 coaches since '68.
Who will have the first training camp touchdown at St. John Fisher? I can't wait to find out tomorrow. All right, 803-0550. I'm checking in on a source that might have something on the helmet here. Let me get to that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I just...
On, like, when it might be dropped?
Yeah, like, I can't... We're getting at, like, super secret Sabres source stuff. It's like, I'm not reporting this, but I'm just asking people that I think might know.
Uh-huh.
Like Game of Thrones, Varys, what is he? The Master of Whispers?
Oh, yeah.
Master of Whispers?
The spider.
The spider.
Yeah, he's the Master of Whispers.
Yeah,
he's little birds all over the world.
Anyway.
That's a good, I need a good rewatch of that.
Thrones?
But that's like a winter rewatch. I'm not doing that now. Because it's so much time you'd be putting into it.
You're supposed to do it before winter.
Because of winter is coming.
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's only in episode 1.
It's coming the whole time.
Which, by the way, debuted the week of the last Sabre playoff game.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe Game of Thrones, the first episode of Game of Thrones was the night before Game 7, Sabres Flyers.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't. It's July 22nd. What did I really need to drop that bomb on?
You have that so locked and loaded.
Oh, yeah.
Someday you're going to go on Jeopardy, and the category is going to be the Sabres drought, and you're like, yeah, let's go. Ding, 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 ding.
Number 1 movie.
Right.
Failure to launch.
This song was tops on the Billboard on the day of the last Sabres playoff game.
Yep.
Do you know that one?
I think Dynamite by Tayo Cruz.
Get out of here if that's right.
I think it might be.
If that's right.
What do you think I'm doing all these days on Locked On Sabres? I'm just doing droughtology.
Apparently. You're checking out Billboard Hot 100s. 803-0550. Camp starts tomorrow. Excited. Yeah, all right. Greg, hang on. He's got a trade question. We'll get to it. To get back to the initial point, it's they love a guy. They'll love loving a guy.
Mm-hmm.
They'll love Connor McGovern, and they'll love Osiris Torrance, and it's time to pay those two, and the salary cap's real, and it comes down to, well, who gets paid? Is Cedric Van Pran Granger look like he's ready for that job? Because if he is, then Connor McGovern is going to go get a big contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or if they pay McGovern, are they going to say sorry to Osiris Torrance because we can't pay everybody on the offensive line?
Yeah. You know what is interesting, though? There is one guy that is able to withstand all of that while only being pretty good.
I know who that is.
It's Knox.
Yeah.
Knox is not
too important. He's too important, and he has never had to.
Yeah. But he's also not a great player.
No,
like we're talking about with Davis or like any of these other guys.
Right.
But
like if he went somewhere else, what kind of numbers would he put up? It might not look much different than what happened with Gabe, where the production goes down. He plays a ton. They value him. They extended him really early, and it was quick. It's like, boom, here's a contract. And since extending him, they've just been restructuring it and moving it and extending it, right? Like
since extending him, he has 497 yards.
For how much a year? $14 million a year?
In 2 seasons on this new contract. Yeah, for whatever. It's like, at the time, he was like one of the top 10 highest paid tight ends in football. I don't think that's still true, but he's close.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like,
that's more than Kincaid in 2 years.
His role is more about all this stuff that you're telling, not Iron Bill like Gabe Davis, but it's the locker room and it's the relationship with Josh, and it is like what he does for others more. And does he block? Right? Like, he does that, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's important to the run game because he's doing some of the dirty work that Kincaid's not going to do. So there's more than just what's his role in the pass game. But he got paid after the big year in the pass game. That's what got him paid.
So on the Cook thing, I did hear this conversation, Mike Chopin, the Bulldog, asking Sal about the potential for a hold-in, and would Hard Knocks be a spot where maybe Cook sees, and his agent would see an opportunity. Hey, we can steal a headline. We can make a point here. if he were to sit out 2 practices, hold in for 2 practices, he can kind of let the NFL world know, put the Bills on notice, and then just go practice. But the story would get out there, he wants a contract.
Yeah.
You could do that, I suppose. You never know what an agent's tack is going to be or what the strategy will be. The fact that he showed up to mandatory minicamp, he said, I don't want to get fined, and that makes sense.
Right.
Now he shows up. Could we have a hold-in scenario tomorrow? I guess we could.
I don't think there's any chance of a holdout.
No.
I mean, he's not going to want that with the fines anyway.
No. But a hold-in would just be he's here and he's not taking part in team drills.
The fact, though, that he did things at minicamp, like, I guess he could hold in. I still am so weirded out by what that would look like on the field. He's going to stand off to the side in sweats. Like, I guess on this team it just feels different. Maybe for that than on other teams, but it happens on other teams, and everybody gets along fine after. Jamar Chase skipped 3 weeks of training camp last week, didn't he? He just stood on the side, didn't do anything, and then what happened when the season started? Everybody was fine. Got along great. So I guess he could do that, and everybody would be okay, but I think I'd be surprised. I think I'd be surprised if he wasn't just on the field doing things tomorrow without a contract.
Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years. His agent says, oh no, you can terminate the guaranteed part only for the remaining part of the year in which the event occurs.
Bring on the touchdown throws against air over the labor disputes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't find what's normal in the league for that. Just seems like such a weird thing to get stuck on.
Yep. Here you go. Stewart is asking that his contract language mirror the team's last first-round picks. So, yes, the standard is to be where Stewart is.
Okay. then that, to me, would be the Bengals, again, showing why they have the reputation that they have.
Bengals Director of Personnel Duke Tobin said he does not blame Stewart for his holdout, and he's listening to advice he's paying for. So it's a significant disagreement in contract language, centers around conduct detrimental to football that could negate guaranteed money. But the standard is for it to be the way that Stewart wants it.
Meanwhile, the owner said it's foolishness that he's holding out.
Right. Does the owner...
And said bad things about the agent or whatever, so I don't know. Maybe this is why a lot of owners don't talk.
803-0550. We're going to call in. Greg in Lockport. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Good morning. As you're talking about potential holdouts, and we all kind of get our hopes up, I'm just wondering you guys' opinion about, obviously we could only have one of these two, and which would you prefer between Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin?
Ooh. If I could
just have one of them?
Yeah. You could just have one right now. Boy, this is going to put me to the test, isn't it? It's really going to put me to the test, Greg.
I mean, one is
a top 10 player in the league, arguably. Hendrickson. Hendrickson is a better defensive end
than McLaurin
is a receiver.
McLaurin's a pretty darn good receiver.
He is a pretty darn good receiver.
Like second-team All-Pro last year. Good.
I mean, maybe it's debatable if Hendrickson is better. Hendrickson is great.
I would give Hendrickson.
Hendrickson led the league in sacks last year. Now he's on a...
Hendrickson was a first-team All-Pro last year.
All right, there you go. Boy, that's a fun one. Where are the Bills better, defensive end or receiver?
I might be willing to say receiver. That to me, I don't know. I would still pick the receiver because I would see the value of that position higher than I would for the defensive end position. Like if my secondary is going to hold together and I've got good players at that position, I would feel like I've got enough there. Let me go score the most points in the league this year. And my offense is perfect right now, sans one top-end receiver. And you're giving me that guy? Okay, I've got everything now. There's nothing I don't have on offense. And that is always going to be more important to me.
Another way to ask this question, and maybe kind of get it a little more reasonable, and Greg, thanks for the question. It's really hard for me to turn down any sort of Terry McLaurin idea, but Hendrickson is great. But to make it, all right, that's ridiculous. That could never happen. Here's a version of it. Put a bet on the bet board for this, Joe. What position will they target at the deadline? First off, they're going to have to create some room. They need to make some cap moves to get under the cap and maybe try to create some room.
They might, unless they do something of significance, they might not have room to do something.
What if you
do an Amari Cooper level trade even? Although, remember, what was the deal with Cooper? All his money was prorated or something, or
they paid
the bonus
nothing.
Was at the beginning of the year, so it cost them nothing.
Yeah.
So you could find that. Okay, so what position? It would be more likely to be just of those two, or anything?
Anywhere.
Anywhere?
I mean, injuries are injuries, so keep that. Let's say they're healthy at the deadline. What position are they most likely to target at the trade deadline? If you were to bet today, what's the favorite?
I was about to say safety, but I've got Sal's voice in my head saying that they like familiarity with safety, right? And are they going to want to plug a guy in midway through the year?
I think we can say, sure, they might like familiarity. They need, at that position, results. And last year, they did not get results at that position. And I just saw recently NFL rosters. Let me find it here for you. Jerry O sent me this link about the top 10 rosters and who's good and who's bad. ESPN ranked the Bills the fourth best roster. Their biggest weakness? Safety. The Bills' grades, if you care about PFF, they grade terribly in coverage.
Yep.
Now, there are things that Taylor Rapp does well, but the PFF grades...
Tackling, I think, is like the one
Tackling,
thing.
he's very
like
good.
An elite tackler, but he can't cover.
And Hamlin,
couldn't cover.
Bishop has to win that job so they can potentially be better at that spot. But last year, the safety position kind of never got off the ground. It was supposed to be Mike Edwards or Bishop maybe could win the job, and Hamlin gets it.
They just have so many receivers that. But could someone come in over the top of them?
The answer to this
could be a yes. It would have to be a really good receiver. If it's a McLaurin level receiver, that makes more sense to me than, hey, let's do Amari Cooper again.
Right.
Or let's bring in, some other teams. Let's bring in Darius Slayton, like some level of receiver like that. Like that to me doesn't make sense.
Well, I guess you'd make it like this to get back to Greg's question. If you could have McLaurin or Hendrickson, you have to take a guy off the team. So, okay, McLaurin in and who's out?
Samuel.
Right, Curtis Samuel. That's a $9 million cap hit.
Yep.
Fine, okay. And if it's Hendrickson who's in, who's out? Epinesa. Or you would just...
I don't think that helped me get to my answer. Although maybe. Like, I like Samuel, the player, just can't stay healthy.
Well,
Epinesa, I just feel like is just kind of there.
At the risk of sounding like it's totally revisionist, it's just... I like to make this point about paying the middle-tier guys versus saving up for the whales.
Right.
If you did not pay Curtis Samuel, and if you did not pay Joey Bosa, how much do you have in AAV? It's like $21 million to spend on those two guys. So if instead of going for the middle guys and kind of bargain hunting in free agency, you spent more picks there and saved that money for a moment where, a guy with an $18 million cap hit just came available. Can I go get that guy?
Mm-hmm.
That's the scenario that you do. The Bills, again, like when we get down into these conversations, it ends up, you could call it nitpicking. You could call it a full, deep audit. If there's something to say about their receivers, they don't feel they need a true number one. And I don't think that is wrong. But I like to point out a lot, but they're not an economical group of receivers. They are paying good money at the position. So one way to find $18 million is to stop giving out those contracts and really have it be about draft picks and really big guys and not kind of burning up money on the Chargers' third receiver, finger quotes, if you wanted to say something about Palmer. He could work out really well here. But $11 million for Josh Palmer on a 3-year deal is like 11 per, 10 per. That's money that a draft pick would be half of that salary on a 4-year deal. So they're trying to fill a roster. I get it, though. Not every build is the same, and what's Bean trying to do? Plug holes and get this thing over the line. And he might have done it this year. We'll find out. We're a day away from camp.
I'm trying to imagine the scenario where we're at the deadline and we're like, they got to get a receiver. They got to get a receiver. What does that look like? Because I probably need multiple pieces to fail to get to that place. Or maybe, could it just be one if it's Coleman? If Coleman is not, it's not happening. Like, he's not getting open. He's being asked to do more of the dirty work because Matt Collins is gone, and it's not there. Or maybe he's late to a meeting again, and there's some question about, professionalism or maturity. Like, could I get there with him? Because that big-bodied ex-receiver, which most people aren't even sure he can do, that's his job, and who else can do it on the roster? Like, is Josh Palmer going to do it? Because he can a little, but that's not what anyone sees as his strong suit.
Did you hear Trapasso on Friday on Coleman?
No.
He was not a big fan of the pick.
Yeah.
And I said, are you feeling better about him after seeing a year? And his answer was no.
Right.
Ex-receiver, it's not ever going to really work the way that the Bills maybe want it to.
So what if we get to the deadline and it's becoming more and more clear, like, hey, this is all looking pretty good. They're still scoring points, and Shakir's good, and Palmer's getting open. Maybe it's the Z receiver, like the other one. But that on the line, that physical guy, you're out there in run plays blocking.
He's going to do that, but the question is...
But what if all that's not happening?
Right.
Because he's going to do more of that this year than he did last year. And what if in those other areas that would keep him on the field, not really happening, and he's not getting open? Because that's possible.
Yeah.
And the reason I bring him up and I single him out is, like, if Shakir, it's not going to happen, but Shakir regresses, or for some reason you don't feel comfortable putting him out in the slot, I got 7 other guys I could put in the slot. I can put Kincaid in there. I can put Samuel in there. I can put Elijah Moore in there. I can put Palmer in there. If Coleman isn't doing it in that role, I don't see another player in their depth chart right now that really fits. And then I could get to, okay, who's available at the deadline? But that's the most I could do to get to a point where, without an injury, like receiver is a real strong idea for them to acquire.
Pete Gwelly has tweeted.
Okay.
Just moved, all moved into my dorm room for Bills camp. Only the essentials. There is a red helmet in the picture.
Okay.
So now it's either going to be a troll setup or it's just the obvious answer that it's a red helmet.
That would be torturous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like there's no way that they're going to tease fans with red and not deliver on red. It makes the most sense to just have a one-off year with a red helmet at the stadium. Just go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
And if you want to keep it around, you keep it around. And if you don't, you don't. So all that
I cannot believe that's not on purpose and we're about to have a red helmet.
Red helmet.
Yeah.
Bills introduced a red helmet. It's gotta be.
That to me makes more sense lining up with the rumor yesterday about there being like a white silver helmet. That just sounds like the rivalry series. And this is where I would have thought they ended up, which is red helmet, and then you also have this other thing that we're going to have at some point in the
That's what excites me. This red helmet, fine. Everybody will be happy. That's good. Hit me that rivalry uniform as soon as possible. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We're going to break in Extendo Sports in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. Stat of the day for you on Extendo Sports. Doug Clawson of CBS Sports tweeting this one out. Micah Parsons in the news because Jerry Jones is, Micah Parsons could go 268 straight pass rushes without a pressure and still lead the NFL in pressure rate since joining the NFL in 2021. It's 268 straight without a pressure. He's too smart to be in Dallas. Doesn't he?
Yeah.
While wanting his guaranteed money and deserving it, doesn't he see, I can't be dealing with this guy, this Jerry Jones? Like, what is this nonsense?
Yeah.
Send me to a real team. Micah Parsons, super media savvy, podcast, tweet stuff. He's awesome. And I just think he was way too smart for Dallas. So,
just how much of that allure of like the Cowboys offsets all the ways that the team is actually run.
Yeah.
I think it probably does a lot.
Phillip Rivers retired.
I saw that.
He also retired 4 years ago.
Did he retire 5 years ago, or did he just not play and everyone assumed he was retired?
He went back to the Chargers to say goodbye, so he kind of retires a Charger.
Okay.
They had a cool thing where he's doing a video, and a couple of his old teammate offensive linemen came in, and Rivers, like Skinner playing Freebird, Rivers drops a dadgummit.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, dadgummit. Because Rivers is a cartoon character with the way that he talks. And he dropped it on, honest to goodness, dadgummit.
Do you remember the story about him and the 49ers?
Maybe.
So
no.
Kyle Shanahan said, this is after the Niners lost to the Eagles in the NFC Championship.
The one that Purdy got hurt in, or a more recent
one? The one that Purdy got hurt.
So they didn't
even Josh Johnson got hurt.
Didn't have a quarterback.
They didn't have a quarterback. And Kyle Shanahan said that Phillip Rivers was their contingency plan had they made it to the Super Bowl.
That would have been amazing.
He said he was prepared to. We had talked to him earlier in the season. That's stuff we had talked about throughout the whole year. And we would have had to have seen how that was for the Super Bowl.
How about that? The Niners are going to the Super Bowl. They don't have a quarterback.
And here comes Phillip Rivers, who, would be a Hall of Famer if he just had the Super Bowl. Here he is off the street or off his couch. Let me take a shot at it. That would have been really cool.
We're back tomorrow from St. John Fisher, possibly with a red helmet.
I feel like we're gonna be. You don't torture the fans and do that without it being the red helmet.
That's right. You don't do that. You don't mess around. So I think it's gonna be a red helmet, and that the report of the non-red helmet is still probably correct. It's just the timeline is off because that's gonna be part. That's what makes sense. That'll be part of the rivalry's uniform. That's always made the most sense.
Yeah,
this idea of a gray, chrome, matte, white helmet, whatever that is, that just wouldn't fit now. That's got to be the rivalry's uniform. And that excites me. All right. That's it for us. No, actually, we're hanging out for a few minutes because Sal had problems with his equipment. He's on his way in here. So I think we're coming back for a few minutes. And then Sal will jump in for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. So talk to you in a minute.